Should I get practice? Hello, Santa Fe, city by the bay. Give me something inspirational, Daniel.
Mic check.
Check 1 2.
Go ahead and call what has now a special BCC meeting. And I think in the interest of full disclosure, I'm just a little bit surprised. I did see this on a meeting that I had last week with the county manager, that this was more of a formal meeting than what was the original intent, and have a community-facing integrated conversation, which is what the intent was from the day that this was conceived. The question comes up every time, and I can say every time without exception, and at least once, whenever a new building goes up, not usually at the moment of approval, but when something new is going up, the question is, and anyone out there want to take a wild guess?
Here's the water coming.
There you go. And it happens every time. And before we hear a proposal, and as it goes through the process here from the chamber and across through the commission, we get the information, we're assured that this is where the source would be, etc. But there are these longer-term questions that come up that even roll through, I think, our minds. I can speak for myself and say my mind in what about the long-term issues? During the time when I was campaigning, one of the recommendations was, how are we focusing on, and it was brought to my attention that there is a native tradition of looking 7 generations ahead. We do a lot of 100-year planning, which frankly, once you're 60-some years old, it doesn't really seem like 100 years is all that much. Another kid could be born and then the 100 years is up, right? I mean, that happens. But how are we assuring that these buildings and how we develop are going to be served with the adequate amount of water necessary for future generations to thrive here? And I do take sincerely the advice of my native friends, specifically from Pewaukee Pueblo, who said, well, what about 7 gen ahead? And I get it. In that interest, this is established, set up as a meeting. I'm happy to hear that it was published well, but the intent is to be community-facing. So we're going to hear presentations today. It is scheduled to go till 2 o'clock, but the community is not only invited, but the intent was to have community questions, issues, and concerns integrated into the dialogue of how and what we're doing today. I'm also very grateful that this will be extended into the water summit that happens every year on the more of a note of sustainability, water conservation, reclamation, etc. So for today, we will get a lot of information that will be available via video. We will have those who work with the city and the county who have been answering to the amount of water that is currently available and what will be available as we continue to move forward. We also have what I'm going to refer to as experts who make it very, very clear that water paper is less drinkable than real water when we talk about water rights, and how we're going to assure that in a time and a climate of extreme I would say climate diversity, that those water needs are addressed somehow, some way. So we'll be looking forward to that portion of the presentation today for, what's the word I'm looking for? Not mitigation, but when you plan for something that could really go wrong. So there's a word for it, and that's when I just disclosed that I've got that 60-some-year-old brain that just about forgot a word that I use probably all the time. That being said, let's go ahead and start without any further ado, but I do want to make sure that everyone in this room has an opportunity not just to listen, but to participate and to provide questions. And I'll somehow we'll work with the forum to ensure that that happens with some type of regularity or at the end of each presenter, etc. Okay? So at this point, something that I'm not usually doing, and I need to find the protocol for it given that this is an official meeting, if I were to ask a question of the people in the chambers, Attorney Boyd, do they need to say who they are and say where they're from, or can they, if I say, does anyone have a question regarding this particular thing that I just said, is there anything that I'd need to ask in particular at that time?
Chair Bustamante, they're not giving testimony, so they don't have to, there doesn't need to be an oath administered or anything of that nature, but since you as the chair are choosing who to recognize, you can require them to state their name and where they're from if you'd like.
I'll appreciate if a person says their name and where you're from. That would be the best. And I just need to know if there are any questions from anyone about what I just said. Yes, Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, and thank you for everyone who organized this forum today. I want to be sure, and I'll turn to Attorney Boyd, at what point do we vet the questions that came from the community?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I don't see any matters of public concern item on this agenda, so I would recommend that the board, unless I missed it, I recommend that the board entertain a motion to amend the agenda to insert a portion for the expression of matters of public concern. Certainly, it's an alternative to just take these things as they go, but I could see that.
Sure, thank you
proving
so
difficult.
much. Because we got a printout, and then I also printed out and did an analysis on community questions this morning, and I want to be sure it's included for the record, so I'll looks like County Manager has a comment, and I'll defer to the chair.
Thank you. If I could, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners, my understanding is that the discussion relative to questions that were solicited proactively in advance of today's meeting and received would fall under item 7 under the agenda. Obviously, the board could do it in a different way, but that's my understanding of those who worked actively both to publicize this event and solicit questions in advance, is that's where that discussion would take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the question, Commissioner. So in the interest of starting the meeting, and I too want to thank the WPAC and staff who worked really hard on putting this together. I'm really grateful. I know that it was something that came up as a, oh my gosh, and we also have the rest of this life that we have to manage and put together, and made sure that this was happening today, because we will get information that some of us just plain old don't have, and that we're looking forward to learning more about. So can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
He'll be late.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari-Stone.
Present.
And Chair Camila Bustamante.
Present. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Thank you.
Chair Bustamante, I apologize. I just wanted to let you know that we have around 30 people online, and I want to let them know that they can raise their digital hands if they have questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. And I should be able to see that on my screen as well, correct? Okay. I would like to call this meeting to order. We already called it to order, but we just did the roll call. Did you have something, Commissioner?
I was just going to make a motion to approve the agenda, but I was going to open it to ask, do we want to include the ability just in a formal motion to allow for questions that are specific to each of these topics from, and that's up to you, but I just would make that motion.
I would like to offer that we would. At the end of each particular issue, we would open it for questions from either the online or the public in the chambers. Is that amenable?
Yeah,
Yes,
second
ma'am.
that.
Second it. And also, Chair Bustamante, I wanted to add to the agenda if we can make comments as commissioners in terms of the vision, why this is important. I don't know if that comes now or at the end, but I want to be sure to have that space for us.
Absolutely, as you need to. This is intended to be a community, more of a conversation. We will stay respecting time, but we want to fill in those things when they come to mind, okay? I don't want to lose anything in people's thoughts and concerns about water, because it's the biggest issue that comes up every single year, maybe month, maybe week. All right, so we have a motion to amend the agenda to allow for questioning, and it's not really an amendment of the agenda. We're going to allow that, and we will allow for questions from the commission, but more of a dialogue than just a cold presentation. Does that sound? That doesn't require really an agenda change. We will just recognize that we will run the meeting this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have an approval of the agenda as stated with.
Vote.
Seconded.
We have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Kakari-Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Onward ho. Where does utility water in Santa Fe County come from? I will say that last week I was surprised because it's all now focused on the water that's available to us. Where does the utility water come from? But I want us to keep our minds right open to where will it continue to come from? How will we assure that the residents of this area have money? Money, holy cow, yeah, I'm sorry. Water. All right, onward ho. And this is our Jesse Roach. Thank you, Jesse, for being here. Probably the most noted water quantity professional in our town, for sure.
Chair Bustamante, members of the commission, thank you for having me. And I will step through a deck of slides to try and address that question and stand for questions. So the overall system, so this is and I'm hoping, it seems like everyone can, I guess you all have your own own version, very cool. The dark blue line, so this is sort of a bird's eye view of the Santa Fe watershed, and the dark blue line represents the boundaries of the watershed, and what that means is that any rain that falls within that area will drain to the Santa Fe River and eventually to the Rio Grande. And the utility system relies on 4 different sources of water, and they are the Santa Fe River itself, wells that are drilled within the city limits, wells that are outside of the city, the Buckman wells, which are between the Santa Fe River watershed and the Rio Grande, and then the Buckman direct diversion. Uh-oh. Thank you. The Buckman direct diversion is jointly owned. It's owned between the city and the county and Las Campanas, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a future slide. And the city diverts what's called San Juan Chama water at the Buckman direct diversion. I'll talk about that a little bit more as well. The county diverts mostly native Rio Grande water at the Buckman direct diversion. In addition to these 4 potable supplies, there's also a non-potable resource, which is water that's used indoors, is collected by the sewer collection system, ends up at the Paseo Real water treatment facility, which is near the airport on the south side of town. That water, once it's treated, is used to irrigate Swan Park, Soccer Valley, Marty Sanchez, the city's country club, and at times Las Campanas golf courses as well. So I'm just going to kind of go through a few photos of the 4 different sources just to put a little, I'm very visual, so I like to pepper everything with a bunch of pictures. The picture on the left is looking downstream from Nichols. So there are 2 reservoirs on the upper Santa Fe River above the Audubon. This is the lower of the 2, Nichols, and this is a drone photo looking downstream towards the city, and the Canyon Road water treatment plant is pointed out there. And on the right is an overhead view of the treatment plant itself, where we take water from the reservoir at Nichols and treat it to potable standards to put it into the system. The city wells are 7 active production wells within the city limits, and the 2 big ones for us are the Northwest well, which is up in the La Tierra Trails, and the Agua Fria well, which is north of the Indian School. The Buckman wells, there's 13 of them. This picture shows 9 of them, and this is a view looking back towards Santa Fe from the other side of the river. So the Rio Grande flowing through this photo would be flowing from Espanola upstream to the left, and then downstream to Cochiti to the right. And you can see the location of the red dots are the 9 wells that are closest to the river. And then the blue dot is the Buckman direct diversion, where the water is physically actually diverted from the river. The Buckman direct diversion, again, this is, the diversion itself is owned by the city, the county, and entities of Las Campanas. And then once the water moves up to the treatment plant, it's city and county owned together. The picture on the lower left shows the diversion. Well, the 2 pictures on the left show the diversion structure when it was under construction. There was a cofferdam created to keep the river away from the diversion structure. And so you can see that there's 5 different cells where water flows into. Once the cofferdam was removed, the river flows along the side of this and fills up those. And you can, there's pumps from there where it begins its journey up the hill about 1,000 feet up close to the Marty Sanchez Golf Course is where the treatment plant itself is, treated to potable standards and delivered into the system. Real briefly, the San Juan Chama project is Colorado River water. Both the city and the county own San Juan Chama water. In the city's case, it's the only water that we divert at BDD, and in the county's case, it's a very small portion of your total portfolio. And since I've been at the city, which has been 6 years, the county has never actually diverted San Juan Chama water. You've always had enough native. And one of the things I like to point out about this project is that it's all gravity fed. So there are 3 diversions off of tributaries to the San Juan in southern Colorado, the Little Navajo, the Navajo, and the Rio Blanco. And those flow then down by gravity through tunnels under to the next diversion point, to the next diversion point, and finally under the Continental Divide and out to Heron Reservoir. And so all that water is moved from one side of the Continental Divide to the other without any energy inputs, all gravity fed. So right here is a place to sort of talk a little bit. So I'm going to talk about sort of how these water resources were developed through time. But it's important to keep in context here that the city and the county utility are not only physically connected, but we're also connected by formal agreements between our governing bodies in terms of how these water resources are used and shared. The 2016 amended and restated Water Resources Agreement, the 2 big pieces of this agreement from a water resources perspective are that the city shall provide up to 1,350 acre-feet a year to the county. And for context, the city uses about 9,000 acre-feet a year. The county, I think, is between 2,000 and 2,500. I'm not quite as versed on those numbers, but we're talking a large piece. That's a significant amount of water. It's more than half of the county demand that the city would be obliged to provide if needed. So the city the city utility serves as a backup supply to the county utility via this term of this agreement. The other term of this agreement that is notable is that the city has the right and the title to all the return flow that ends up at the city's wastewater treatment plant. Then there's a relatively new agreement called the Buckman Direct Diversion Shared Pool Agreement. This agreement allows the city and the county to essentially exchange water at the BDD based on operational flexibility. So there are certain times it's preferable to divert Colorado River water, and there's certain times it's preferable to divert native water. And so the city and the county sort of go back and forth. Sometimes we use county water for both, sometimes we use city water for both, but we track it, and at the end of the year, if there's a balance in favor, and it's generally in favor of the county because the county has more native rights on the Rio Grande than you typically use. And so by using all of that water for the benefit of both the city and the county then builds up a credit. And so this shared pool effectively, in my mind, allows the county to store native water rights. So it's an advantage that allows the city to use county water when it's available, and then the county to get it back later when it's not available. So these are the sort of two, the 1,350 acre-feet from the Water Resources Agreement and the shared pool represent pools of water that the county can call for from the city in times of need. And then finally, there is an agreement between the city and the county relative to the San Juan Chama Return Flow Project. I'm going to talk more about that project, so I won't spend a ton of time on it now. But essentially, the county has the right to pay for up to 7% of the project, in return get up to 7% of the project benefit. So I want to go back and sort of show how these different resources have been developed through time. And this particular graph is one that I always show because it just shows so much. What we're looking at here is from 1925 through 2025, so over 100 years, how much water was produced and from what sources it was produced through time. So the colors of the water are where it came from, and so you can see starting in 1925, the only water supply available was the Santa Fe River, and demand started to grow, and the units are in acre feet per year. And so the demand grew above 2,000. And then the 1950s, a drought of record hit. And suddenly the river couldn't supply what had become the demand. So the river in the early 1950s is only supplying less than 1,000 acre feet, and there's almost 3,000 acre feet of demand. And so sort of in emergency response, wells were drilled within the city to make up the difference, and that became the second source of water. Again, and that source of water also is within the Santa Fe River watershed. So these are local supplies. And so then we move forward through time, and demand continues to rise, and you can see it has gone above 6,000 acre feet in the 70s. And then the third source of water was added, which are the deep Buckman wells. Initially, 9 of them were drilled in the 70s. And that was the first time that the community of Santa Fe was going outside of its own watershed to find water. So now we have 3 sources of water, and demand continues to grow. And so you can see that demand peaked at over 13,000 acre feet in 1995. And at that time, the city actually purchased what had been to that point a private water utility, a subsidiary at that point of PNM. The city bought it from PNM, and it became the sort of the city, the public utility, serving both city and county at that time. And then a couple of very amazing things happened from 1995 through 2025. So in that 30 years, we see that the total water production actually decreased significantly by about 33%. So dropping from 13,000 acre feet a year down to 9,000 acre feet a year. And the other piece to note here, and I'm going to sort of focus on this a little bit in the next slide as well, is that in 2011, the BDD came online. And in fact, I'll zoom in now. So this is the same graph now, but only looking at the 1995 to 2025 period. And you see the total demand dropping, and then you see the fourth color come online in 2011. And so the 2 pieces here to look at are the large reduction in production, but also the change in what sort of water was being used. At the beginning of this phase, we were overusing the wells. The levels in the wells were dropping. And it was not a sustainable water use regime. And then when the Buckman direct diversion came online in 2011, we start to utilize the river water preferentially, despite the fact that it's not the cheapest source. We use it preferentially and save the wells for times of need. So to the first piece, how is it that we went from 13,000 acre feet in 1995 to 9,000 acre feet in the last decade? Is it because the population stopped growing? No, and in fact, during that time where we are using 33% less water, we're actually serving 25% more people. And so this graph shows the population served by the city utility in the blue bars. And so and the population served is shown on the right axis. So in 1995, there was about 70,000 people being served, a little bit less. And in 2024, in this case, there was 90,000 being served, but we're using less water. And so one of the metrics that's used often in utility, the utility space, is the total production of water by the utility divided by the total population served, divided by the number of days in a year, to come up with a sort of amount of water that's attributed to everybody who's served by the system. So in this case, in 1995, we would attribute 168 gallons per person per day to each person served by the utility. That doesn't mean that's what that person is using in their home. That means that, because it includes restaurants, it includes car washes, it includes everything, but it's still an apples to apples way to sort of compare what one utility is doing to what another utility is doing. And we see that we dropped from 168 acre feet per year in 95 all the way to in the less than 90 in certain years in 2019, 2021, 2022. So this is remarkable success on the water conservation front, and we're proud of it. And it's part of this community and this county is understanding the importance of water. That's why we're here today, and it's something that the community has embraced. Just to put it in perspective, where we are compared to other states, on the left, this is an old graph, and it's looking at GPCD average across states. And I think this is actually just residential. Well, this is not all completely apples to apples, but I just wanted to show in perspective. This was one study I found that compared New Mexico to other states, and you see New Mexico is the least of these other western states. And then on the right side, we see the city utility compared to other utilities serving at least 10,000 people in New Mexico. So we're amongst the best of the best in our ability to use water efficiently. And then the other piece of this is this is another way to look at the shift away from overusing our groundwater and really focusing on surface water resources. And so on the left, 1995, it shows that we used almost 8,000 acre-feet of groundwater. And then you see, and then the scale jumps straight to 2011 through 2024, which are the years that the Buckman Direct Diversion was online. And you can see that we were using about 80% of the water from either the Santa Fe River or from the Rio Grande. And what has that done for us? It is allowing our wells that we had overused, the levels in the wells are starting to come back. So looking at in 1950, when we drilled the first city wells, from that point until 2010, so in that 60 years, the average water level in each of those wells had dropped by about 150 feet as we had used those wells. Similarly with the Buckman well field, from 1970 when we drilled that first well to 2010, in that 40 years, the effective water level had dropped by 600 feet. Now, the Buckman well field is what's called a confined aquifer, and so this is a little bit different. It's more of a pressure response than an actual water level, and that's why it's so much bigger. But in any case, significant drawdown. We saw subsidence out in Buckman. These wells were being used at an unsustainable rate. But what we've seen since since we sort of shifted to using river water preferentially and saving the groundwater, we've seen the city wells have recovered 60 feet of that 150. So, and that was just in the 10 years from 2010 to 2020. So that's a great shift, a great change, and that's going in the right direction. And the Buckman wells have recovered 510 feet of that pressure loss. So we're seeing, almost 50% recovery in the city well field and 80% recovery in the Buckman well field as we transition off of overuse of wells to preferential use of our river water. So this is one graph that's an attempt to really try and say, well, how much of our water are we currently using? And so the left bar shows from 2011 through 2024, again, this is the period of time since Buckman Direct Diversion has been online, how much water we've used. So it's just under 9,000 acre-feet a year, and of which 7,000 acre-feet was from surface water. And then the right bar is an estimate of what was sustainably available. And so the reason that we didn't use all the sustainably available surface water is because there's some evaporation associated with storing it in reservoirs. But we estimate, based on our understanding of our aquifers, that about 4,500 acre-feet a year we could use from the groundwater without impacting the long-term ability of us to recover that amount of water from those wells. And so if you'll recall, we were using 6,000 or more acre-feet previously, so that was not sustainable. And so this is just an attempt to look at, okay, 9,000, using about 9,000 currently, about 12,000 sustainably available. We think we're using about 3/4 of what's currently sustainably available to us. And is that enough as we move into a period of climate diversity? That was a new term for me. I like that. The way we try to figure that out is with long-range water planning. And we've been doing this all the way back, and the city and the county have been working together on this since 2015, and we're currently working on it together on this as we speak. And I guess I'll just mention that in 2015, the Santa Fe Basin study that the city and the county took on together was the first study that I'm aware of, certainly in New Mexico, possibly in the West, that incorporated climate change into our long-term planning projections. And let's see. I'm going to go back, actually. After that study, that 2015 study suggested that there would be shortages in the relatively near term, in the 2030s even, if we didn't do something. And one of the things that came out of that was the 2017 study looking at, the low-hanging fruit here is that there's a lot of water that ends up at the wastewater treatment plant. What are we going to do with that water? And so in 2017, we did a study called the Return Flow Feasibility Study, or Santa Fe Water Reuse Feasibility Study, that looked at the different ways we might utilize some of that effluent. And ultimately, it landed on a project called the San Juan Chama Return Flow Project as the most resource-efficient way to take advantage of some of this effluent. It used a triple bottom line analysis, so it was not just financial, it included social and environmental criteria as well. And so what is the San Juan Chama Return Flow Project? The idea here is to build a pipeline from the wastewater reclamation facility, the Paseo Real Water Reclamation Facility on the south side of town, and in this case, we're only talking about the San Juan Chama portion of the return flow. And that was a calculated decision based largely on sort of environmental permitting concerns, and take it back to the Rio Grande to get return flow credits. And then that allows us to divert more at the Buckman Direct Diversion and use our existing infrastructure at BDD. As I mentioned before, the county has the right to be up to a 7%, and I'm calling it silent owner in this project. Essentially, the city will manage this project, but the county will be has the right to invest in the project, and as a result, take an equal benefit to the new water that's created. So wanted to sort of talk a little bit about how this project will work, and essentially the goal is to fully consume our San Juan Chama water by getting a return flow credit. So right now, all the water that the city, now we're talking specifically the city utility here because we're talking about San Juan Chama water, but all the water that we want to divert at that location, we have to release from storage from Abiquiu, and in fact, all that plus losses. And the idea with this return flow is that on average, we see on an annual average about 2/3 of the water that we produce ends up back at the wastewater treatment plant. So what we're showing here is that on average, if instead, and the arrows shown in these photos are sort of representative of the amount. And so on the left, the diversion, and on the right, the diversion are the same. To get the same amount of water, though, if you have a return flow making the river whole, we're only releasing, instead of 3 units being released from the reservoirs on the left, we're releasing 1 unit from the reservoirs, and we're getting 2 of the units in the return flow. So the upshot of that is that there's no change to the Rio Grande flow below BDD, but now we're getting the same diversion with 1/3 of the release from the reservoirs upstream. Or said another way, the San Juan Chama water now goes 3 times farther with this project in place than it would currently. So this project is currently under permitting and design. It doesn't exist yet, but we're working towards it. So now if we look at sort of the available water with this return flow project in place, if we talk about tripling the San Juan Chama resource, Now we're looking at potential availability, sustainable availability in the far right bar of on the order of 20,000 acre-feet per year, and we're using on the order of 9,000 acre-feet per year. So in the near term, with this project in place, that we will have a little bit of breathing room. But we also need to keep in mind that those supplies may be diminished by climate change, and demand continues to grow. So this is a slight detour, kind of a this is a kind of a wonky slide. So if you look at this and it makes your head spin, you can ignore me for a second. But it's kind of fun for those for those water wonks amongst us. This shows from 1925 through 2025, essentially a measure of drought, of regional drought in New Mexico. The orange line is I think it's a 10-year average, and it sort of shows periods of wet. When it goes above zero, it's sort of wet periods, and when it goes below zero, it's drier periods. And so you can see the things that jump out are pretty dry period in the 50s. That's when we drilled the city wells. And then kind of average conditions through the 60s and 70s when we drilled the Buckman wells. That's probably more to do with growing demand than reduction in supply. And then the big wet years of the 80s and early 90s that everyone talks about. And then since 2000, really, just this sort of drop away where conditions are extremely dry. And often when there's some period of dry, we respond with some sort of a supply increase. And so we expanded the reservoirs in the 30s, and we drilled the city wells in the 50s. The Buckman wells 10 through 13 went in the early 2000s, and the Buckman direct diversion in 2011. And now the San Juan Trauma Return Flow Project is sort of our next step in augmenting the supply for the utility in the county. All right, so I guess the final piece I would say is how do we go from a near future with the return flow project in place? How do we know how well that will serve us going out to 2100s? And so we're currently working with the county on long-range planning out to 2100. That's not quite 7 generations, but it's certainly more than typical water planning. And the way we do that, and so what I'm showing, I guess, on this far right bar is that in the distant future, once we've incorporated climate change, which we think could impact our water resources by anywhere from 1/4 to 1/3 reduction of overall water resources by the end of this century, then we may be down to more like 17,000 acre-feet a year of sustainably available water. And then what will the demand look like? That's, again, for the planners amongst us to look at and answer that. So this is a graphical representation of Water 2100, which is what we're calling the city and county utility long-range water supply planning effort. And this is something that the county has invested in to a significant level. We are waiting on some of the results from some of that work to put it together, but we have been working through this. And this year, so we started in 2020, sort of laying out the planning process, receiving some public feedback on that. And then in 2022, we rolled out a demand projection for the city utility. The county's working on that one now. In 2024, we showed the model that'll be used to incorporate this. And this year, we hope to show the supply projections that will drive it. And essentially, we use this tool, which is a computerized representation of the system, to play what-if scenarios, what-if games. What if the demand looks like this? What if the supply looks like this? Where are the shortages, and how might we address those shortages? And that will be put together in the adaptation strategies and 40 and 80-year water plans. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions from the board or from the public.
Thank you very much, Jesse Roach. Do we have any questions from the public first? Commissioner Anaya. And if you can come to the microphone, that would be, that way we can make sure we're getting everything for, there we go. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Commissioners. My question is, for one, do you guys have a handout on all of this? For two, my concerns that I have is more about southern Santa Fe County. And I'm sure that you're going to be talking about that too down the road, I hope. Handouts. Do you currently have a handout, or is this going to be recorded for
This will all
later
be
use?
online, available to everyone after.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Very, very good. Lots of good information, and I appreciate that very
And
much.
Commissioner, the Estancia Valley isn't addressed in this particular, and that is a question that I'll have later, and how we address that. More sparse population, Estancia watershed, if you will, does not really, and I guess that's a question for Jesse Roach. We don't really, so right over the San Pedros, we have Stanley and Edgewood. This doesn't really impact their aquifer, and the Estancia Valley aquifer, does it?
No, ma'am. This presentation was very focused on the Santa Fe watershed and the city and the county utility. In terms of how that grows, though, I think those questions can be asked in the planning process.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Yes, sir.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Rick Iannucci. I'm a 36-year citizen, voter here in Santa Fe County. Retired, raised a family here. We live in the county now. We have a place in the city where my daughter lives. My question is, I appreciate you mentioning about the 7 generations, which is really very important. And I always have felt that we were basically stewards and holding this stuff for our kids that are coming, not really for us as well. I saw the charts. My question is, at what point, and I live out in the San Marcos area now, or what they're calling the San Marcos district. And as every day I come into town, I'm looking at hundreds and hundreds of apartments being built left and right of me. And I wonder at what point, and I saw the charts, but it doesn't quite specify to me when our elected county commissioners and administrators will say, enough is enough. And at what point, what are those benchmarks that you'll be looking at? I just saw that projection in the last slide, but there's no way for us to know that. I guess part of that question would be, how do you integrate with county planning and the permitting people to know when, oh my gosh, there's a 300 or 400 unit place that's going up next to Presbyterian Hospital. Did we count on that? I don't know if that question is too obtuse, but okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, could I get the gentleman's name again? I couldn't hear. What was your name, sir?
My name is Rick. My last name is Iannucci.
Rick
Iannucci.
Angie.
Thank you, sir. What is that process, Jesse? I appreciate hearing that. And if we needed, I saw Alexandra Ladd here as well. If we needed to have an answer and how the two work together, and I saw that in the last diagram, but how does this work when a new proposal is made? And I think you gave that in the numbers. It's helpful to state what the answer to that question.
So I can't speak as well to the connection between land use and water for the county, but I can speak to for the city. The development is connected to water through something we call the water bank, which basically means they need to bring the water rights to the table when with the development. I won't dive into the weeds of sort of how that works, but it's essentially the mechanism that allows us to make sure that the water will be there and is brought by the developers. That's on paper. What I just showed up here is more sort of the availability that we think is there. And I will say from a city perspective, the mission of the city water utility is to provide safe, reliable, and resilient water for the needs of Santa Fe. And we would like to, questions about growth are sort of outside of they're above my pay grade. And so when we're trying to just make sure that we're providing the water to meet the needs of the community now and 80 years into the future, and we're going to keep working at that. The questions of how big should the community grow or how many people should be here are larger questions, I think, that are tackled by our elected governing bodies. One idea I will put out there for you when you look at apartments is the majority of water use in apartments is indoors, and we get to another crack at that water. And we're seeing the beginning of a new paradigm in water utility management, I believe, which is if we use water indoors, then we get to use it again. This San Juan Chama return flow project is indirect potable reuse because it's by exchange. At some point, the regulatory and the technology might be in a place where direct potable reuse becomes an option. And at that point, if you're using water indoors and then reusing it, I think that if you have a vibrant economy, you can take your water resources a really long way, and water's not going to be the reason you need to decide we don't want more growth. There are good reasons to decide you do or don't want more growth, but our job at the utility is to disconnect water from being that reason.
Thank you. Sir? Please, Larry, Mr. Grazer, let's get to the microphone. Thank you.
My name is Laird Grazer, and I also live in the San Marcos district. Mention a little bit about the potential for Ammot water to be connected into city county utility.
Okay, that question is about the Ammot settlement and the county system that's being developed on the other side of the watershed, I guess. I think that in the planning efforts that we're doing, that will be an alternative that we look at is if we're now diverting water from above Ottawa, and potentially at some point it might connect from that county system all the way to the city, what are the different sort of flexibilities that might open up? To me, I haven't spent a ton of time really delving into that, and so it's certainly, I think it's more than a concept. I think it's more likely than not that at some point there could be a connection between the city, county pipes and this new system as it works its way up.
So far, that potential hasn't gone into the growth.
Larry, if you can talk in the microphone so we can capture it for the record, please.
But so far, that potential hasn't been entered into the model for production.
That connection is being incorporated. It's the model's not sort of ready to show, really like how all that works. But as the county has joined into this, city county combined planning effort, those questions are being considered, and the model will be set up to incorporate that framework, both the new demand on that side and the new supply from that side.
Thank you. Anyone else from the chambers with a question? We have a question online.
Chair Bustamante, we have Paul White online.
Paul White. If you can help me with the screen as well, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Paul. Did we lose Paul?
Paul, if you would please unmute your microphone.
Nope. Sorry, Paul. So I will assume that we'll get a better, thank you, Jesse. Very grateful for your time and your presentation. Thank you. I'm assuming that we will get an answer to the question on how growth management makes the decisions, correct? Later in the presentations? Okay, very good. All right. We have questions from the commission. Thank you. Let's start with Commissioner Johnson.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Roach. I have a couple questions, and that is a very helpful presentation, and I appreciate the visual components. It does help us imagine the current state and the future. So the city of Santa Fe took over the utility in 1995. How did that reduce water use? It looks like there is a sort of even precipitous decline a couple years after that. Was it coincidental? Were there public information campaigns? What accounted for that in your mind?
Commissioner Johnson, that's a great question, and there are a couple things that I point to with that. One of them is a tiered rate structure, and I think this is an interesting case where perhaps a publicly owned utility, maybe had a little bit more leeway, and this is entirely my personal speculation, but had a private utility decided they were going to raise rates, I would imagine there could have been some pushback. When the city took over the utility and introduced a tiered rate structure, which was designed to really send a strong signal that if you go over a certain amount, you're gonna notice it. So I think that had an impact, the tiered rate structure. And then there was also a lot of low-hanging fruit associated with inefficient appliances, and the one that was really we went after were the toilets, and so there was a big toilet retrofit program, and so I think that had an impact. I think the other thing that took a little bit longer perhaps was we went through in the early 2000s a fairly dramatic almost water shortage. And for those of us who lived here at that time, you'll remember the bumper stickers about I'll stop watering my lawn when Las Campanas stops watering their golf courses. It was a little bit of our own Milagro Beanfield War right here in Santa Fe. My mom would shower standing in buckets so that she could keep her trees alive. This was like, it was a utility operator nightmare, and it also, the city became very aware of the value of water. And I think that has created an ethic of conservation in this community that exists and persists to this day. So those are the three big ones for me that I would point out as to some of the reasons that we've been able to achieve the significant increases in efficiency.
Thank you for that. So when, in 2017, the water reuse feasibility study, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, kind of determined and pushed forward the return flow pipeline. So during and in that study, was increased gray water or even black water use considered in that, and why was the return flow pipeline, briefly for the sort of layman among us, myself included, why was that the selected solution?
Commissioner Johnson, you're correct. It evaluated many different options for using the water, the treated effluent. I know that, and I haven't looked at that study for some time, but I do remember that increased reuse was considered, looking at, purple pipes, we call them, which are one of the problems with reuse is you need two separate pipes. You need a silver pipe with potable water, and you need a purple pipe with a non-potable water. And creating an entire new system of purple pipes is incredibly expensive. And so when you start looking at, could we get water back up to, this side of town to help everyone use effluent on their landscaping, that was one of the things considered. In terms of gray water reuse, was sort of distributed around the town. I'm not sure that was considered. I think this was more looking at things that the utility could build, right, essentially. And the reason I believe that the return flow project came out so far ahead of the other options is it utilizes existing infrastructure. So the Buckman Direct Diversion is there. This is a way to allow the Buckman Direct Diversion to have more diversions, essentially, to increase the diversions so we don't have to build a new treatment plant. The treatment plant's already there. We do have to build a pump and a pipe to get the water over to the river to get those return flow credits. And I think direct potable reuse was considered, but it's more energy intensive, it's more expensive, it's more technologically uncertain, and it's more regulatorily uncertain at this point still. And I guess on that note, worth, I think, mentioning that the return flow project will potentially generate electricity as the water goes down to the river. You can recapture that energy with hydroelectricity to then essentially reduce some of that energy impact of sending it to the river and then pumping it back down. The water you send to the river, you can get the energy out of.
Okay. Thank you for that. And this is a tiny bit aside, but I appreciate your comment about indoor water use versus outdoor water use, and some of that is recaptured, and then if the return flow pipeline, if and when it is completed, contribute to that. I am, I think, and I'm sure that I'm not alone, a little bit confused about the apparent doubling of the available surface water credits that we have that the city has really, when the pipeline is completed. Is it that there's Rio Grande and San Juan Chama coming in, and you have a graph where some of that San Juan Chama, right, water is water, but is sort of not being used. I guess I would like another gloss on that. It's a little confusing to me because it seems like magic. So if you could help me understand the doubling effect, because it is effectively that, right? If we return this water, clarification.
It's easy to get spun around the axle on this, and I've been spinning myself around the axle on this for 6 years. So you're not alone in sort of going, wait, how's that work? Let me just try if we wanted 100 gallons of water at Buckman Direct Diversion right now, and by we I mean the city would have to call for about 101 gallons of water released from Abiquiu. That's to account for, or 102, somewhere in there, account for a little bit of losses and get 100 gallons to the diversion location. And then we would divert the 100 gallons that go into town. So right now it's basically 1-to-1 reservoir releases. Once this return flow project is in place, on an annual average basis of that 100 gallons that we put into the system, we see 67 gallons of it back at the wastewater treatment plant. And so now we're going to take that 67 gallons and we're going to send it down to the river. And now we're going to continue to divert 100 gallons, but now instead of releasing 100 gallons from upstream, we're only releasing 33 gallons from upstream because we're putting 67 gallons back into the river from the return flow plant. So now there's 100 gallons that are still effectively being accounted for as our diversion, but only 33 gallons are being released from upstream. And so it's not just a doubling, it's a tripling, and that's on an annual average. If we run this thing in the winter, there's like 90% of the water comes back to the treatment plant. And so you could actually have the same diversion for 1/10 of the release from upstream during the winter. So that's where the magic happens, and it is magic. And if you increase the amount of water you're using indoors compared to outdoors, it really does the magic of the math is really stretching that water that's held upstream in the reservoir.
So thank you, Dr. Hirsch. So that gets to this question of indoor versus outdoor use. In the summer, 33% is used outdoors, something like that. 10% is used outdoors in the winter, and there's losses. Am I on the right track?
Well, you're close. In the summer, it's probably more like half of it's used outdoors, and in the winter, only 10% is lost. And so on the annual average, it's 2/3.
Okay, so the last part that I don't quite understand is the return flow pipeline will put it beneath, flow-wise, the Buckman direct diversion. So we're not re-diverting the return flow pipeline. So how do we release more water upstream? Is it because we're measuring total, I don't know the measurement unit, but flows in the Rio Grande, and because we're not diverting some of that, we're releasing less upstream?
That's right. We're essentially keeping the river whole right now by releasing from upstream the amount that we're going to divert. And in the future, we're going to keep the river whole, and this would be below the point where the water comes in. So you are correct. The water will hit the river. It's on the order of 100 yards below the diversion location. So it won't be re-diverting the actual water. But once you're below that point where the water's coming back in, the river will be whole at that point. Right now, we keep the river whole at that point by releasing from storage everything we divert. In the future, we'll keep the river whole at that point by the combination of either putting water in the river from the reservoir or from the return flow project.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Roach. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kakari Stone, are you ready with questions?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Roach. I think we could spend the entire day just discussing this report and all the reports you showed, your presentation, and I appreciate your expertise. I have a quick question. I didn't get a chance to read the innovative report on climate change that we've done that you led. Could you say a little bit more about climate change modeling and where we might stand in the near future since we're doing this future outlook today? Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner, thanks for the question. So prior to, let's say, 2010, when water managers did planning, they would essentially reshuffle historic data. And that historic data might be from gauges that they had going back 50 or 100 years. It might be from tree rings they had going back hundreds of years. And they would say, okay, this is the climate that we've seen. We're going to shuffle it, or we're going to take the worst 10 years we've ever seen, and we're going to plan for that. And then the idea of climate change, of a changing climate, became part of the paradigm. And the question was, how do we incorporate climate change? We know there's variability. We've seen that, but how do we know how much it's going to change? And the best available science is these large global circulation models, which essentially look at what is the concentration of CO2 and methane in the atmosphere, and therefore what happens. How much does the temperature rise, and what happens to precipitation? Those are the two main things we care about as sort of hydrologists and water utility managers. Is how warm is it? Because the hotter it gets, the more water plants need and people use. And how much rain is falling and how much snow is falling, because that, creates our supply. So at the moment, we use output from these giant models, and one of the reasons we're delayed on presenting the supply is we have to rely on big science. This is way out of our ability to do this on our own. There's, there's 17 organizations around the globe that each run a different one of these models, and then there's people who have to process the output and downscale the output to make it useful to us. And then finally, we can get something that's useful to our models, which is how much snow fell in the mountains, how much do we think will fall in the mountains over the next 80 years. So we're using that sort of big science to try and inform these models. And one of the criticisms of that is there's so much uncertainty. How can we be planning around this when there's so much uncertainty? And one of the responses to that is maybe we should also look at what conditions would create problems for us. So we're kind of doing a little bit of both. And I think as a water utility, we're inherently conservative, and so we tend to try and look at the worst case scenarios that we see coming out of these models and make sure that we would be have some idea of how we would respond to that. So I hope that was kind of along the lines of what you were asking.
No, I appreciate it. And I think if you had a silver bullet or one recommendation as we look at the next 10 years and responsible county governance, how do we prepare for the uncertainty of climate change, and what's your best, like I said, silver bullet recommendation? I know that's not fair, but certainly it looks like we've had some population growth, but we've conserved some supply, so that's the good news. That's the biggest takeaway I got from your presentation. But what would you recommend we start thinking about as a commission?
Well, to quote someone else who was smarter than me, there's no silver bullet, but maybe there's some bronze buckshot.
We'll go for that.
I think it'll certainly be a myriad of different strategies. We can't put all our eggs in one basket. I think I do see, so the first two paradigm shifts that I mentioned in this presentation were conservation, and we will always look to conservation first. but at some point demand begins to what they call harden. You get the low-hanging fruit. You've asked people to use less and use water more efficiently. Is there more we can do? Yes, and we will keep working on conservation. So we're always going to start with conservation. The other thing I mentioned was shifting to using the river water first, because it's the water we can see, and sort of saving our wells. And so we'll certainly continue to do that. But the third one, and I alluded to it, is I think that our conservation efforts are really going to shift towards a focus on reducing the amount of utility water that's used outdoors. Now, that doesn't mean we can't have a green city or a green county or a green spaces, but thinking about how can we use stormwater and rainwater for outdoor use and minimize the use of our potable utility water used outside. Those are questions that we're grappling with, and in this planning process, we've sort of identified four benefits of utility water as reliability, which is usually the only thing a utility thinks about. In 80 years, when those faucets get turned on, we want water coming out, right? That's the number one for the utility. The number two is sustainability, though. Like, the water could be coming out, but we've just destroyed our aquifers. That's not an acceptable outcome. So we do want to be in a sustainable situation. And then there's two others that we're looking at specific to sort of the city, is how much water is in our river. Our constituents care about flows of water in the upper river and the lower river. So that's an output. That's a benefit of our water. And then how much green space is there? So these are big questions, much bigger than the utility, but we understand that our water plan impacts those things. And so those are the dimensions across which we're going to look. And I think that third shift of let's use less of our potable water outdoors, is going to end up being one of the ways that we go to try and enhance our resiliency.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you talking about paradigm shifts. And I see we have an intergovernmental presentation later, because I had some questions around the state's law in response to the Supreme Court Sackett decision. But do you think we're going to be able to preserve more water due to the state Senate Bill 21 in response to Sackett? Because that was just passed in 2025, and it looks at trying to protect evaporation. Just your expertise is appreciated.
I don't think I'm prepared to comment on that. That's mostly to do with which waters are we're protecting from a quality perspective.
Yes, and also the evaporation. No worries. I'm just looking ahead, and again, we could use the whole day just with you. No worries about that. I do have a question, and thank you, Chair, for your patience. I always want to look at the bigger picture, and this is a bigger picture for all the presenters, and in the spirit of what Commissioner Bustamante, our chair, also had envisioned for this summit, is much of what we look at and all the technical engineering reports, the hydrology, the science of all of this, as well as the business side of it that I've read from the county since I started, looks at water in terms of ownership. Looks at water in terms of co-ownership, water as a commodity, something that we talk about supply demand. It's a resource as a commodity to be diverted, to be shared, to be put in the banks for later days. But we also have, when I look at community and I think about from a layperson and as a county official that needs to represent our community in a traditional Agua Fria village, to Las Campanas, to local folks who are on other wells and are on city/county water. There's this other paradigm shift that looks at water in relationship and water as a sacred source. And people often quote, water is life. La agua es vida. But that comes more from a traditional epistemological knowledge base and paradigm. And when I hear questions coming from the community, I hear that paradigm, and I think there's sometimes a conflict or a gap between the paradigm of the scientist and the paradigm of our community science and our indigenous science. And based on that paradigm, has the city and this is going to be a question for other county officials, have we ever considered a paradigm of water protection that comes from a more traditional science, indigenous and ecological perspective? And have we looked at best practices and had deeper conversations with different stakeholders, looking at the science that you have as well as the indigenous science? To your knowledge, has that ever happened in our region? Because we also need a regional approach. Thank you.
Commissioner Kakari-Stone, those are great thoughts, and I think we, as a utility, are fairly on the conservative side of things. We look at the level of investment that we want to make to assure that people in this community will have safe, reliable, resilient water for hundreds of years in the future. And we certainly won't make hundreds of millions of dollars of investment without sort of a property right that we feel like we can defend. On the other hand, I will also say that we are often benefited by interactions with, indigenous or folks who've been here for longer than us, their insights, and we listen to those. And I guess I would say one of the things that has happened in this community that's fairly remarkable is the Target Flow Ordinance, or the Living River Ordinance, was a decision at some point. It was a decision, really when the BDD came online, that we have a moment here where we might decide we want to allow a certain amount of water that we could otherwise store and use for the utility use to go down the river for the sake of the river itself.
Thank you so much. So I appreciate Dr. Roach, your expertise, and I just want to, for a shared vision together for today, a potential outcome is that we think about the different levels of knowledge and expertise in this room, for those who are online, for bringing the Western science, the engineers, the hydrologists, and the other reports, looking at it as a business and savings with the sustainability community side and indigenous science side. My question is, what would be one small win for us in the next year as we try to converge paradigms that really think about the next 7 generations and think about water as sustainability and really live through governance, water as life? This is the challenge and call it action question I have for all of us. How do we bridge that paradigm, and that we don't have an either or, but we have both realities going on, and we put that in practice in county governance, whether it be land use or whether it be the Emmett decision, whether it be other activities we're doing with Buckman in the city, but think about this regional approach. So that's my call to action and vision. Let's look at a small win together. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jesse. This is a great presentation, a lot of stuff that I've gleaned over the years, but really packaged nicely and appreciated. And then I'm going to add with some questions and just for some clarification here. So one of the aspects that was brought up that I would hope that we could start to discuss here, that we could also get when we talk about the balance between the water utility and our growth management department. I'd love to do that with you all and have a similar thing with city water and land use at the city to understand how that balance works, because in this whole pool, that's the supply-demand area here. So that's just a future thinking aspect here. Good morning. Is there a capacity for either the city or the county to buy more San Juan Chama water? Is there anything available in that space?
Commissioner Green, I think the answer to that is no. And in fact, there's the San Juan Chama project also has changed with climate change. It was designed by engineers at a time when they would assign a firm yield. They would look at historic hydrology, design a project, and assign what they called a firm yield, which meant that this project should always yield that amount. And we have been experiencing shortages in that project for, the majority of the last 10 years. So there's a shortage in the actual wet water coming through that project, or a reduction in that supply. And in addition, there has been water carved away from that, specifically from the Cochiti Rec Pool. There was a chunk of water set aside for evaporation to keep recreational water in Cochiti, and that has been sort of shaved away a little bit to provide water for the Amet settlement, in fact. So I wish we could get some more water from the San Juan Chama project, but short of, looking at new infrastructure up there, which I think would probably be politically infeasible, there's not additional water available in that project.
So it's just purely, the pipeline is built to, or is utilized to capacity.
Correct.
But we could potentially buy other people's San Juan Chama water that is somewhere already in our system.
That's correct. And there's water available for lease, and potentially, I guess, I can't speak for other contractors. We certainly wouldn't sell the city wouldn't sell any of ours, the county wouldn't sell any of theirs. There are other contractors who don't utilize all of it, and they do lease it regularly. But in terms of a permanent exchange, I'm not sure.
Okay. Same question for native water on the Rio Grande?
That's correct. The native water on the Rio Grande is there's no new native water, and so the rights that the county and the city acquire are from other right holders who already hold those rights.
Okay. And then in terms of within the city, there are some private wells, and I know of one that is, when I sat on the planning commission, was pretty large, and I don't want to call them out, but I just want to know if there's an initiative to try to retire some of those big groundwater users here in the city.
Within the city limits, if you want to deepen a well or drill a new well, the city will not allow it if you are close, if you're close to a water main. But in terms of the ability to retire existing wells, we don't really have a hammer for that.
I would disagree, because there was a planning commission decision that had that as a condition of future growth, but nobody enforced it, but that's something else. So, and then in the wastewater treatment plant, where are the opportunities? Where is that in the planning process? What do we think a solution will come forward that we would know about here? And then in the full comprehensive look at this, how can this county potentially partner in that? Because I would say that we are already utilizing a significant portion of the wastewater treatment plant, even though it's a city project. And my understanding is, speaking to the EPA in a previous administration, but still the EPA, while it exists, has more money for a quote-unquote regional partnership than it does for the city going alone. And so I want to know where the county could potentially partner to make it more affordable for the city and the county, and more effective as a project potentially.
I think we should probably engage in conversations at a staff level, or potentially at a elected official level. Right now, we're in the procurement for a either new or renovated or some combination wastewater treatment facility to assure that we can remain in compliance for the foreseeable future. And we anticipate it to be an expensive proposition. I think one of the pieces that would need to be discussed in terms of this county involvement in that is the ownership of the effluent. And right now, according to the Water Resources Agreement, that effluent all belongs to the city. So if the county wants to come help us treat that for our benefit, there might be something missing in that we would need to flesh out a little bit.
Flesh out is a great expression in this industry. So Flush out, whatever. But the 7, how did we get to the 7%? Where was that based on?
That was based on sort of conversation and negotiation between city and county staff and elected officials.
Okay. And is that based on what our San Juan Chama sort of amount that somehow gets back there, or that was just pulled out of thin air?
I think initially that may have been a basis for it, but ultimately the ability for the county to get San Juan Chama water to our plant within the context of the Water Resources Agreement, which gives all effluent arriving at the plant to the city. As those negotiations proceeded, we realized that it was really, this is about city resources and the county investing financially and receiving some portion of the wet water created by the project.
And as we add more Agua Fria Village wastewater pipes into the city's sewer system, would that potentially increase our ability to use some of that?
At this time, the Water Resources Agreement specifies that all the water arriving at the Paseo Real, at the city's water reclamation facility, belongs to the city. So we would need to reopen discussions around that agreement. And there are probably some other things that could be considered in that, but that's going to be sort of a high level conversation.
Okay. And then, two sort of questions in this. One, somewhat related, but not really. There was in the paper last week, the fluoride in the water production. Where is that decision being made, and where is that happening or not happening?
That decision has been made, and the city is no longer is no longer specified that we should be adding fluoride to the water.
And that's all that was added at Canyon Road, added at BDD?
It was not added at BDD because BDD was a jointly operated facility.
So all BDD water didn't have it. It was just at the cities somewhere. There was a mixing place that they added it in, a few drops here.
That's right.
Okay. All right. I'd love to know more about that. I've had a few people call me on that in the past few days. And then, are there any issues with the permitting of and the timeline of the return flow pipeline, or any of the work that's being done due to federal cutbacks, federal, nobody's answering the phone, all sorts of things in there? Or do we see some impacts trickling down, no pun intended?
The environmental permitting is something we've been working on for years, and it's been something that we wish had proceeded a little bit more rapidly. We're not seeing any immediate impacts associated with this shutdown, but I imagine if it continues, that things will sort of grind to a halt.
And are there any risks to this concept of the return flow pipeline, or is this just straight science and mathematics of you return, if we get 67% that we can put back in the river, it triples our thing? It's straight math, or is there some policy that could be manipulated at a federal level that could ruin this?
No, I don't see. I mean, at a federal level, if we couldn't get the environmental permit, then there would be no way to proceed forward with the project.
Okay.
But we have the return flow permit from the state already. So in terms of the math and the return flow credits, those are in place.
Okay. And then lastly, is there just something that we're not asking? Is there something here where the city and the county should be talking about that hasn't been addressed here, that is, being the water expert in the room, or one of the water experts in the room? Is there something that we should know that we should be asking that you wished we asked, or that you've been waiting for us to ask?
I wish I'd thought about that question ahead of time. Nothing jumps to mind. I will say that we have a very productive relationship with the county at a staff level, and that we have every other week we're meeting for an hour with members of the utilities, members of the attorneys' offices. And so I think at a staff level, it's very productive. And I think, between city staff and city elected officials, we have a few champions that we have good interactions with. And so I think whatever interactions are occurring between the commissioners and the councilors, I encourage those to proceed. And I don't know how we branch all these different things, but at a staff level, things to me seem very productive.
And then just to us speaking here, we've spoken about the possibility of a county commission, city council meeting. I do want to recommend that we do a planning commission to planning commission meeting that brings sort of water resources and the city's general plan and our land use plans together in a comprehensive, multi-level, multi-organization, multi-resource sort of conversation in an effort to really get this, instead of all these silos, all these different organizations, different, it's a checkerboard of different things. And thank you, Jesse, this is really great. I really appreciate it. You're a great resource to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to try to keep mine brief. This has been a long one, but I think that you carry the information for the largest question, right? So to tie into the values that I come from as well, and they're very much aligned with what Commissioner Kakari Stone was talking about, and I have worked in this area for a while in teaching environmental sciences at Northern New Mexico College and as a dean at Santa Fe Community College. But there's some 4 values that we work from, and they come from Dene principles, but they're very common among other tribes, and it goes into native science of tapping into and aligning with the forces of nature. And I just want, for clarification, instead of having it as an open question, one of those things that I ran on was the concern of water. It's something, again, that's just an easy topic for people. But as a kid, when I went to bury my chicken that I raised in the 9th grade, I dug a hole and I hit water in La Cienega. Now, La Cienega is very much a large part of this conversation because La Cienega means water. I mean, it's the marshes, if you will. And I hit water. I have goats now, and when I took a small backhoe to bury a goat, I didn't hit water anymore in the same location. I'm understanding that now with the use of surface water, that aquifer is being recharged. Is that correct?
Chair Bustamante, the very specifics of groundwater hydrology in La Cienega are not something that I can probably speak to with a great amount of authority. I am aware of some of the studies through time that suggest the reasons for the reduction of the aquifer in La Cienega. I think it's probably reasonable that the city's reduction in the amount of water being withdrawn from the city aquifer has certainly not hurt La Cienega, but the specific flow paths of the groundwater and the specific impacts of different wells on different areas of the aquifer are sort of beyond my ability to speak to intelligently.
Okay, I guess it would go on the assumption that there is a leverage in the topography that using the surface water would somehow, through the rains, and we're going to get some information on that later, but that would work with the topography.
In general, the connection of the La Cienega aquifer to the city wellfield aquifer, it would be the key. And I think there is some connection there, and I've seen some reports talking about ancestral river channels, and so there's certainly some amount of connection. And so I think reduction in use of city wells is likely, maybe helping to some degree, but depending what other sorts of wells there are upstream of, or, that are potentially taking groundwater that would otherwise slowly make its way to La Cienega, it may be more than just the city wells that are doing that.
Okay, thank you. And then the next principle is to feed the hand that feeds you. So when we look at how the water is being diverted and the water that's going to go back into the Rio Grande, we also know that we have agricultural use downstream of the city. Now, just for full clarification, I'm District 3, so I'm everything south of the PC's restaurant and the high school side, all the way to Edgewood. So I do have big concerns on the Estancia side, which I understand we're not addressing here. But with regard to District 3 in that area and the La Bajada, and then outside of our county, the Cochiti, Pueblo, La Peña Blanca, there's a lot of agriculture there. There's a lot of agriculture in District 1, and how much we're working within these systems to assure that we're feeding the hand that feeds us, that we don't lose the ability for future generations to grow their own food. So how much of what we're talking about in the availability of water and these plans for how we will continue to have these resources available for a utility, are we considering the natural systems of water to assure that our agricultural, and I've heard people from the agricultural area complain about the return flow and the digression of water from the Santa Fe River. So can you speak to that briefly and what types of considerations have been made with regard to that second principle?
Yes, Chair Bustamante, specifically to the return flow project, certainly the city has been discharging a large amount of effluent to the Santa Fe River for a long time, and now is working to reclaim the San Juan Chama portion of that. One of the things that we have worked through in some of the agreements there is that the project will be operated such that the river doesn't go dry below the wastewater treatment plant. And our understanding of the lower Santa Fe River is that the La Cieneguilla springs and seeps are then recharging the river and providing water for those downstream diverters. And so we think that the combination of the way we operate that project to make sure that the river doesn't go dry, and the resting our wells to allow the groundwater system to sort of rebuild will allow for continued traditional use of the waters of the lower Santa Fe River.
Thank you. And then the last two are related. The way I'll start this one is there are already conversations with various people within the city, and the conversation of a joint planning, et cetera, for water. But when we look at how we're developing things in our, let me just get to the last two principles, are creating non-human centric systems that we're focusing on regenerative ways to protect the environment so that we're protecting ourselves, and then designing systems that last for a millennia. And with regard to those last two systems, when we talk about the opportunity for the county in working with the EPA to support some type of joint management of that wastewater, I will speak as a resident of the La Cienega area, playing in the Santa Fe River, knowing that going down Seiler Road stank, and then knowing that, quote unquote, nobody's down there, let's move the wastewater treatment facility to La Cienega, was nothing more, nothing less than an environmental justice issue. There were people down there, and there have been for quite a while. So I'll leave that not as a question, but as a statement for the record, and how we consider the redevelopment of that tool that we have for the management of our water in creating a system that is more regenerative for our communities. So I just want to thank you sincerely. I understand from Commissioner Hughes that he has no questions at this time, but sincerely, Dr. Roach, I'm grateful for your time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for your interest and your questions. I'm going to go back to the office, but I will join on Zoom so that if there are other questions that come up, I'm available.
Thank you. At this time, we have sat for a long time, and we understand the value of the conversation that we've just had. I would like to recommend a 10-minute break, and then we will hear from Travis Cedarquist on where does the Santa Fe County Utilities water go. Okay, so we will have a 10-minute break. We will come back at 10 minutes till 11 o'clock.
check 1 2. Mic test. Mic check 1 2.
All right, thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone who's present here today and the 55 people who are online. So we have 34 on Teams and 21, unless I'm flipping them around, and on the YouTube channel. So I'm super grateful for everyone's interest. I think we all agree that so far, this has been incredibly helpful. So onward, ho, Travis Soderquist. Thank you, Travis. I have to also acknowledge the work that Travis put into bringing this together. And he'll acknowledge that they crossed hills and high water. That's how I'm going to say it.
Today's a day of water metaphors. What is the solution, right?
Is that in? Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Travis Soderquist. I'm the Director of Utilities at Santa Fe County. And okay, how is this? All right, if you can't hear me at any point, just yell at me. It seems to be a persistent problem with me in presenting to the Commissioners. So my presentation is going to be focused on the Santa Fe County utility portion, and a lot of people ask questions prior to this meeting coming together of why are we having a county meeting, and then the first speaker is a person from the city of Santa Fe. And the best response to that is, well, our utilities are so intertwined and interconnected that without the city coming and presenting their side of it, then you don't get the whole picture. And it also goes to show how much work is going into the partnership and collaboration that we have between the city and the county, and hopefully it continues. I think it will, but now jumping into my presentation, it's going to be more focused on the county utility. I didn't collaborate with Jesse on this portion presenting, so I might have some redundant slides and some redundant information, but it'll just be re-impressing it upon you so you can remember it better. So this presentation was generated because we get a lot of questions from constituents and members of the community as to what's going on, why are we doing what we're doing, is there any justification for why you're doing that? And so we tried to come up with some of the most common questions that we are asked and what the commissioners are asked and what we're hearing when we're talking to people that live within Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. And so the first question is, how are you guys connected to the city utility? And that's kind of a hard one to answer unless they can see some visuals, because it doesn't really make sense to have the Buckman Direct diversion, then you go into the city infrastructure and then back out to the county. So we're going to explain that. And then how much water does the county utility have? You get these questions whenever there's a new development. Why or where is the water coming from? How can you guys justify building all these new places? Water is finite, et cetera, et cetera. So that's another one of the questions. Who is using the county utility water? And then where does that water go? And what are we going to be doing in the future? And so these are the main questions that we're seeing time and time again. So hopefully we can touch on them and get some answers. So this is a map of a general overview of the city of Santa Fe and then the Santa Fe County utility to kind of demonstrate how we are connected to the city of Santa Fe. And so the red dots you see are the master meters. And this is where we track the volume of water that's coming out of the city infrastructure into the county's utility. The blue areas is all in the Santa Fe County utility, and then the yellow is the city of Santa Fe. And so this just demonstrates where we serve versus where the city serves. If you want to think about it generally, north of 599 is going to be county utility service area, and then south of I-25 is county utility service area. Anything in between 599 and I-25 is going to be city of Santa Fe. So this map is giving a little bit of context as to how the Santa Fe County utility came to be. And so the map portion is just showing areas that were discussed in an agreement. And so back in 2008, 2009-ish, there was a settlement agreement between Santa Fe County and the city of Santa Fe to better delineate the city of Santa Fe's boundaries. So they wanted to figure out exactly what the presumptive city limits were and where the county utility would begin. And part of that agreement and subsequent agreements over the years has transferred historically city customers to the county utility. And if you look at section K number 2, it calls out some specific ones like Turquoise Trail, Las Campanas, La Tierra, stuff like that. Those used to be City of Santa Fe customers. They're now Santa Fe County customers. And our utility is mainly made up of customers that used to be city customers. We've had new developments in the past that came online as county customers. Sorry. This is another map to kind of demonstrate the same thing. If you look at the purplish pink, that's pre-annexation water service areas. And if you look at the greenish color, that's post-annexation water service areas. I like this map because it also shows you the sustainable development areas. So we've got SDA 1, 2, and 3. And each one of those SDAs has different scopes of what the county is focused on doing, with SDA 1 being primarily county focused for growth and development. So now we go on to the question of how much water does the county have? And so this table is pulled from the water accounting and availability summary that we give every year to the Board of County Commissioners, which is kind of an update on water right purchases, any developments that have come through and entered into a ULITA with the county, that's taken into account. But this table specifically is just summarizing what we have as a county. So Jesse spoke to native rights, San Juan Chama permits, and the water resources agreement and the shared pool. And so this just tells you how much we have of each. So we have 367 acre feet of San Juan Chama water. And like Jesse said, we haven't used that in his time that he's been here. And I consider the San Juan Chama water primarily a backup for the Santa Fe County utility. We rely pretty heavily on our native rights. And if you look at the table, you see we have about 1,146 acre feet in native rights, and we're not constantly, but fairly frequently purchasing more rights to build up our water right portfolio. You also see that there's 1,226 acre feet of developer acquired water rights. And so these water rights are tied to the county and diverted at the Buckman Direct Diversion, and these are brought for specific developments within the Santa Fe County utility service area. So there's two different ways for developers to get water rights. It's either bring their own water or they can pay the fee in lieu through the county. The fee in lieu through the county is a little bit more expensive. And so the bringing of their own water rights can be beneficial just financially, or they just have water rights available to them. Whatever the reason is, they've brought water rights, assigned them to the Buckman Direct Diversion, and that's their source of water. The water resources agreement, the 1,350 acre feet, I also consider that a backup supply to Santa Fe County. We hardly use that. If we have used that, not really sure. My time with the county has been short so far. But that is a backup supply for us, and it's a really good benefit because, like the city said, they have 4 different supplies of water, and so they have a little bit more variation on where they could potentially draw water from than the county does. In addition to the 1,350 acre feet, we have the shared pool, and this is beneficial to us when the Buckman Direct Diversion is shut down for either non-discretionary or discretionary reasons. It's a way for us to get through the downtime of when our main diversion structure is not running. So in addition to the surface water rights, the county does have a conjunctive management plan in place. And the idea behind this is to get multiple different types of sources. And so the conjunctive management plan is detailing how the utility would utilize groundwater and surface water in conjunction to benefit the system and make the system more resilient and have a more continuous supply of water. And so The idea in the conjunctive management plan of having groundwater is that it would be supplemental water to our surface water or a backup supply. We would not want to rely on the groundwater as a primary source of water for our county utility. It's just in case. And I stole this graph from the city of Santa Fe. It probably looks pretty familiar, but I'm going to use it for the purposes of showing the benefits of conjunctive management when it comes to groundwater and surface water supplies. And so when you see the Buckman Direct diversion come online in 2011, you see a very, very sharp drop in groundwater diversion. There's still some groundwater diversion, but nowhere near as much as it used to be. And so that's the idea of conjunctive management, is maintaining and using resources where it can be used to benefit the utility as a whole. So the intended benefits of the plan is it's a protection of the local water resource, reliability of supply, optimization of public assets, and so on and so forth. And so if we can get a conjunctive management plan enacted and in place to where we can actually have a groundwater backup supply, then I think it would give me a little bit more comfort when it comes to talking about issues that we might be seeing in the future where there's a reduced surface water supply or something that's outside of our control. We have another source of water that could potentially help us continue delivery. So the benefits for the aquifer management, you might say, well, you guys are adding in an aquifer diversion through a groundwater well to create a backup supply. So the idea behind the conjunctive management plan that the county adopted is that we would acquire water rights that are typically used on an annual basis and then put them into a groundwater well, but only use them when they're needed. And so there's a proposed accounting methodology of doing a multi-year rolling average based on what the actual diversion of the groundwater well is. And so if you don't use it, then what you could have used is put into a bank of sorts. And it just stays in that bank until you actually need it. And so the water rights that we're transferring in are being conditioned to reduce the volume of water that's available to those water rights, and then cap the amount of water that could be saved in the bank, and then only have a certain amount of years that you could add water to the bank before you actually tap into it. And so the idea of it protecting the aquifer, in a sense, is that this water right that would typically be used on an annual basis, probably or close to full capacity of that water right, would no longer be used to its full capacity annually, but instead stored and only be used when it's needed. So that's the idea behind the multi-year rolling average. That's one of the aspects of the plan that is currently being negotiated with the OSC right now. So depending on the outcome of that, the conjunctive management plan might head one direction or the other. So this is a flow chart decision tree of sorts that is kind of detailing what the process is for a water right transfer or a water right application. I'm showing this now because there's a lot of question about paper water versus wet water or physical water that's available. And so this decision chart comes from the OSC, and it's showing what the process is to go through one of these applications, and it really highlights how much consideration is going into what this process actually is looking at. And so when you submit an application, it goes to the state engineer's office, and they look at a few different factors, but they're primarily about, does this impair existing water rights? Is there a negative impact to the diversions that are in this area already? Is the water even there for this water right to be transferred into that area? What's the benefit to the public? You know, all sorts of things that would be of concern to the existing well owners or diversion owners in the area that the water right is being transferred into. And so if you answer yes to some of these questions, you go one way. If you answer no, you go another way. But ultimately, this is just to show that it is looking at what the resource is actually what the availability of the resource actually is, what the benefits are, and then if anybody will be affected adversely. And so an example of this is a groundwater well right transfer that is in process right now is in a hearing with the OSC. So there were some protestants that did not agree with the water right transfer and said that this is going to impact us negatively. That's currently in the hearing process.
I have to apologize and interrupt just briefly. This is an application for the transfer of water rights or the use of water rights? I'm not understanding exactly what the application is for, and I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, it's a great question, and you caught me. This is an application for a new water right, as I understand it, but the process is very similar for a transfer.
For new water rights. So this is an application for new water rights.
Yeah, but the decision tree applies for both, where there can be hearings, there can be protests, there can be the opportunity to voice your concerns. And so this specific one is a water right application, which a transfer can fall under that.
Can I ask a follow-up question while
I just have a follow-up question.
So I like that there's a published 3 weeks at the top, but that's the only timeline in there. Is there an order of magnitude as to, from top to bottom, what it could take? Fastest path, longest path?
So I'm not sure if, I don't have the knowledge in knowing what the fastest path is or what the slowest path is, but I know that it can be variable depending on the complexity of the case of the transfer. If the parties can come to an agreement, then the transfer can move by a lot quicker. But if you have to assemble a lot of evidence and present that to the hearing officer and then go back and forth between the protestants and the applicant, then it can really drag on for a really long time. And so this process can take years. It's not a quick thing. There needs to be a lot of due diligence that goes into it, and it can be strenuous.
Thank you.
So now we go into who is using county water. And so I'm sorry that the map is a little bit pixelated, but the point is to show you pretty much where we are currently delivering water. So you see the yellows, Las Campanas, and then you see south of I-25 is primarily where our service area is. We do have developments north of 599, but I think the majority of our water would be south of I-25. That big purple blob is not necessarily the fairest representation of a Santa Fe County utility service area because that is the El Dorado service area. And so El Dorado is a bulk water customer of Santa Fe County. And so that should just be a little pinpoint where we deliver water to them. And then from there, it's their service area. They deliver it. They have operators. They take care of the metering and reporting and whatnot. To dive into some more specifics of who is using Santa Fe County utility water, we have roughly 4,200 customers that are residential and 142 customers that are commercial or non-residential. You have less customers for the sewer for both, but this graphic is just showing how many customers, how much money we collect per month for those customers, and then the total quantity of water that's diverted by those customers. So it's a little blurry for me, but it looks like it's about 26 million gallons per month for residential and 31 million gallons per month for commercial and non-residential. So if that gives you a little bit of an idea of what's diverted for the month of August. This is another way to visualize the total diversion for all the Santa Fe County utility customers. It does a really good job of demonstrating the water consumption increase in the summer months. You see a large uptick in June, and then it tails off when we start entering into fall. Another visualization, but this time showing that the GPCD that Jesse introduced in his presentation, the county has a 68 gallons per day per capita estimation, I'll call it, for how much our customers consume. And I call it an estimation because it's a little bit harder to parse out the total population of the Santa Fe County utility customer base. Because if you look at census data, it's pulling all of Santa Fe County. And so you have to go based off developments and then average per capita or per house residents. So now we get into new developments. So our SLDC lays out rules and requirements based on where people are. So I made mention of SDA 1, 2, and 3, and these are different sustainable development areas, and they each have their own different requirements. So in SDA 1, there's more requirements of the county utility to provide infrastructure. And there's also more requirements for people that reside within that development to connect if they're within a certain distance from infrastructure that the county has. And so this slide is just basically highlighting that there's a lot of different scenarios for whether people have to connect or not, and it gets pretty specific. But let's get into the process for new development. So when people want to develop properties, they need to figure out their water supply. And so a lot of the time they're coming to the county to get water, or at least service through the county utility. And so the first part of that is developing a water budget. And that requires the developers to come into the county and work with the growth department and the county utility to determine, well, they have to tell us what kind of properties are they going to build. Is it going to be commercial? Is it going to be residential? Or is it going to be mixed use? And dependent on what they're going to be building, we will designate a volume of water to that property. And so you get the 0.25 acre feet per year for a residential property. And then you get variables, whether it's a commercial building or something like that. And so the volume of water that's tied to each of these developments is based on a study that was done in roughly, I think it was about 2008, and it was led by the city of Santa Fe, and it looked at data to existing infrastructure. So how much are these houses diverting? How much are these businesses diverting? And broke it down by that. And so we're using that to determine what our water budget is for some of these new developments. And we do add on a 20% contingency on top of that. And so that's a line loss contingency. It's to be conservative with our delivery in case there is an over diversion of water than what they expected for their development. And so it's a pretty extensive analysis that we go through with the development to say, here's how much water we're expecting based on what you guys are proposing to build. And then from there, the county utility goes through and looks at our water right portfolio, our water right availability, and sees we have this number of acre feet. This much of it is allocated out to existing developments, which leaves this differential that we can either say, yes, we have water available for this new development, or say no, depending on what that number is. We like to keep a little bit of a buffer within our water right portfolio so that we're not 100% committed to deliveries. And we're doing this on at least an annual basis, where we're going through and checking in with our water right portfolio and making sure that we have more than enough to cover our existing obligations, as well as plan for proposed developments. Because these proposed developments aren't just spur of the moment. These are years in advance that people are planning these out. So we have a pretty good idea of what should be coming online or could potentially be coming online in the next few years. And so with that analysis, that also gives us the opportunity to look into whether the county needs to purchase additional water rights, and then go through that transfer process of doing this analysis. And like I said, it can take years to do this. And so there's some forward planning and forward thought going into this, where we say, if it does take 2 years to get water rights moved into the county's water right portfolio, then we better start now, because in 2028, we have a proposed development that might need 50 acre feet of water, something like that. And so we're doing that at least on an annual basis, but we're doing it every time a proposed development comes in and we're assessing whether their water budget is reasonable, we're also looking at our water rights to make sure that we can absorb a hit, whether they're coming in and asking to pay the fee in lieu. If they're bringing their own water rights, we don't necessarily have to do that analysis, but we do look at what the BDD's capacity is, because the BDD can only have so many water rights assigned to it. And so we have to take into account multiple different aspects prior to actually approving these developments to come online. So once we get to an agreed upon water budget and the county's done its analysis on water availability, we start getting into the negotiations of what the ULEDA, or the Utility Line Extension and Delivery Agreement, would entail. And so that portion is where the negotiations happen on what the infrastructure is going to be, what it's going to look like, what's expected of the county, what's expected of the developer. It typically lays out the dedication for the infrastructure that the developer is going to install for the distribution lines within the development. And that dedication would be transferring that privately owned sewer or water line system back to the county to become part of our infrastructure. And then we get into the delivery agreement where they either bring their water rights or pay the fee in lieu. I skipped a step. I went backwards. It's applicable though. But once the ULEAD is in place, we can proceed with starting construction of the development and getting everything in line for them to proceed. So now we go into what are the next steps for Santa Fe County. And so I put up this map because it shows the SDAs that we have, SDA 1, 2, and 3, and then it also shows the existing infrastructure for the county. The blue water lines, the blue lines signify the water lines for the county. That includes the Buckman direct diversion transmission lines. Like Jesse said, that's shared between the county, the city, and Las Campanas. So not necessarily county infrastructure, but it does play a role in our decision making. The orange that you see up there, the darker orange, is SDA 1. That's where we're prioritizing growth through our policies and resolutions and county commitments. SDA 2 is the next level of sustainable development area where it's not necessarily encouraged to expand into. And then SDA 3 is outside of both of those. So one of the big projects that the county is partners in is the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System. And so that was brought up during Jesse's presentation, and I think there was a question that was kind of alluding to utilizing this system to facilitate new development in the Santa Fe Basin through an interconnection. And the way that I envision the interconnection working is that we utilize the Pewaukee Basin in the meantime until we can build out the distribution lines in the Pewaukee Basin to build a customer base that makes it feasible to run the system on its own in that basin and fulfill the AMIT settlement requirements. And so if there is an interconnection and any water comes into the Santa Fe Basin, it wouldn't necessarily be allocated for long-term forever use. It would just be a way to generate revenue for the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System until it's fully built out. So that's a large project. It's got a lot of different partners that are working in it. So it's Santa Fe County, and then it's got 4 pueblos that are participating as well. The goal of the project is to provide clean drinking water and consistent supplies of drinking water to communities that might not necessarily have it right now. There's contaminants being found in a lot of groundwater supplies in this area, whether it's heavy metals or some other substance that is not safe to drink. And so this would provide a clean drinking water source and hopefully be extremely reliable. Then some of the other projects that are a little closer to home, we have wastewater projects. And so we've got the SR14 sewer interceptor, and this runs along the I-25 corridor, and it's going to be picking up a lot of the developments that are just south of I-25. Some of the developments that are in that area have their own local wastewater treatment facilities, but it's gotten to the point where it's potentially not feasible for them to continue operations and maintenance, whether it's because of repairs or replacement of the infrastructure, or just finding staff to qualified staff to actually perform the responsibilities of keeping that up and running. The Abajo lift station is another project, but they're all kind of tied together. The success of one is dependent on the success of the others. And so the Abajo lift station is a current lift station that is routed solely to the city of Santa Fe's Paseo Real plant. And this project is to increase the size of the lift station as well as connect it to the Santa Fe County's existing wastewater reclamation facility, also known as the Quill plant. And so the SR-14 interceptor will dump into the Abajo lift station, and then the Abajo lift station will go to the wastewater treatment plant. And then the wastewater treatment plant, in order to receive all that new flow, is going to have to be expanded. So we're going to have to increase our capacity from 500,000 gallons per day to 1 million gallons per day just to absorb that new flow. And then part of, well, I guess that other project that I skipped over, the Essentia sewer extension, is an extension from the Essentia development that goes directly into the wastewater treatment facility. And so the 3 projects above that are needed to be completed, and then the treatment plant needs to be expanded to absorb those. And then we've got a bunch of planning projects going on right now. So Santa Fe County Utility Master Plan is hopefully going to help us better determine what we can do as a utility based on our existing infrastructure and proposed infrastructure. So the proposed infrastructure, it'll have an effect on our existing infrastructure, whether it's a drop in pressure or water quality issues or something that we're not necessarily expecting that could impact other customers. And so this model that we have a consultant working on right now for this utility master plan is going to be able to incorporate those proposed new developments and let us run models to see what the effects potentially could be, if there's any negatives, if there's anything we need to plan for, just whatever needs to be taken into account. It'll help us get some sort of direction. Santa Fe 2100, Jesse brought this up. This is the city and the county planning efforts where we're trying to plan long-term for water availability and water supply for both the city and the county utility. We've been going through the regional effluent management plan, which is looking at, instead of water, it's looking at the wastewater for the county utility. What do we need to do infrastructure-wise to make sure that we are collecting as much as we possibly can, providing as good of a service as we can, and looking ahead to see what we can potentially do with our treated effluent. And so one of the beneficial uses that we can use our treated effluent for right now is spray irrigation at the property at the wastewater treatment facility. And in my opinion, that's not the best beneficial use for that water. And so during the projects, the actual infrastructure projects that I talked about on the previous slide, we're going to have to amend our discharge permit to allow for the increase in water that we treat on a daily basis. And I'm hoping that when we open that discharge permit up for amendment, that we can include additional beneficial uses such as treated effluent bulk water station. And so currently, when people are building new developments and they need dust abatement or compaction or something like that, they need a water supply. We've been pointing a lot of people to the Paseo Real bulk effluent station, but if that goes down, the only source of water is potable. And in my opinion, again, I don't think potable water should be used for dust abatement and compaction. It's a demand on our system that it'd be better if it wasn't there. And so if we can get another alternative to using potable water, whether it's through the bulk treated effluent station at the Paseo Real plant, or hopefully at the Santa Fe County plant, I think that would be a better use of our effluent than doing spray irrigation. But in addition to that, we are looking at aquifer storage and recovery out at the wastewater treatment plant. And we're currently under contract with a consultant to look at the feasibility of passively infiltrating our treated effluent into the aquifer and potentially looking at re-diverting that through a groundwater well in another location. We're not too far into that project yet, so I can't really tell you if it's feasible or not at this point, but that's what we're looking into. So those are just a quick overview of some of the planning projects that we have going and why we have them going, as well as some infrastructure projects that the county is working on right now. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Travis. Are there any questions from the chambers? Seeing none, do we have any questions online? Questions of the commission? We had Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, so the Rancho Viejo well is still under consideration. Is the Office of State Engineer amenable to our multi-year accounting or not?
Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we haven't gotten to a point in the hearing process where we would have an answer for that yet.
Okay, well, if that well isn't approved, are there other wells we can transfer the water rights to that might be equally good?
We've been having some internal conversations about other potential options for that. We don't necessarily want to give up on that idea at this time, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, but we have other wells we could transfer to, potentially. Yeah, because the residents of that area may object, and who knows if their objections will be heard or not. But you'd be honored by the state engineer, I guess. The other question I have is with regard to the San Juan Chama water, if we lose that, are we would be required to get water rights elsewhere?
Chair, sorry, Chair, Commissioner, did I get it right? Did you say if we lose our San Juan Chama water?
Yeah, or part of our San Juan Chama water.
Like lose it to pushing it downstream or lose it forever?
Lose it forever. We lose it to climate change.
Oh, well, we might lose how much gets filled into that water right through a reduction in water supply, but I don't see us losing it forever. But if we do lose that, then we would have to backfill it with a different water supply. It wouldn't be, I mean, I would really like to have it just for a comfort level, but since we haven't used it, it's not like it would throw us into critical, we need to figure something out now mode.
No, I understand we don't use it all right now, but if we, as we add people to our system, we're giving out the water rights, I guess, to developers. Not giving them out, but developers buy the water rights and transfer them to us. We may have fewer water rights going forward. I'm just wondering how that affects us all. Are we going to, if we lose, I don't know, will the Rio Grande Compact require us to lose some of the water rights from San Juan Chama? Or the Colorado River Compact, I guess it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to play out when it comes to that, but I do know that the San Juan Chama water availability is we're putting a lot of focus on that during the Santa Fe 2100 planning process. And so hopefully through modeling and plugging in all these different scenarios, it should give us a better idea of what the reliability of that would be. And hopefully we catch something. If it's not as reliable as we once thought, hopefully we catch that and we can do a little bit of a pivot and find a replacement source of water prior to that coming to fruition.
Okay, well, we could use it then. We could use our native water rights to fill in where the San Juan Chama isn't meeting it.
Yeah, and our native rights are our primary supply of water right now, so.
Yeah, well, I realize we have most of our rights there anyway. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Travis. So I noticed on the maps a couple areas that I know are either on city water, county water, or in this weird in between. Up on Hyde Park Road, there's some developments in District 4 and some developments in District 1. Up on that far eastern side, just outside the city, it was annexed, it was unannexed, it has city water, it has county water. I think that there's some maybe further detail here. Maybe it isn't so necessary right here, but I just saw that discrepancy in the map, so we don't have to get into that necessarily. And I'm wondering, this may be something for growth management later in the conversation here, but I find that this quarter acre foot per unit is a really blunt instrument, and it kind of forces us to, or forces developers, as it may be, to go for the highest and best use of that water right. And that ends up being some very large home with, that isn't really targeted at the, sort of strategic focus of our workforce needs and our community's needs for housing. And I'm wondering if there's a way that you see that we can start to say, look, if you're building 4 one-bedroom units on a property that are 600 square feet, 700 square foot each, 3,000 square foot total thing, but you're getting 3 or 4 families out of it. Is there a way that we can start to look at that water use as opposed to one home that is 7,000 square feet and using 1/4 of that water technically, but is a $2 million home?
Yeah, Chair, Commissioner Green, thanks for that question. I agree that there is a little bit, I think we painted with a little bit too broad of a brush in certain areas when it comes to determining what volume needs to be attributed to what type of development there is. And I think that there are opportunities to improve the values that we use for that to better reflect what your question is. There is opportunities. There's an exception within the SLDC that there can be variances approved for a lower volume than 0.25, but I don't think that we frequently do that, if at all. So I guess my answer is yes, there have been a lot of calls for us to look at that a little bit closer to see if there's a better solution and a better volume of water to tie to residences rather than just that broad 0.25 acre feet. We haven't done that yet.
Okay.
But
I would encourage all of us to start looking at that, because if this is the metric, right, 1 unit or whatever, one unit of water, it seems to be, needs to be looked at a little more flexibly to more, you talk about our values, but yes, our values literally here, up here. And then also on here is the Eagle Ridge, or the former Downs property, which is adjacent to the city and but in the county, but owned by Pojoaque Pueblo. Have you started discussing water use and access to them? Do you know if they're planning to tap in directly to the city, or because they're in the county, tapping into our lines and becoming a customer of the county, or are they going to do it all with their own groundwater?
yeah, so that is still very preliminary. They have, initiated conversations with the county as to what service would look like from us, whether it's wastewater or water delivery. So we haven't gotten to a point where there's concrete numbers being thrown around or anything like that.
So, bless you. Bless you. So it would be great to be proactive on that and give them as much guidance as where we can as well, and understand what their intentions are as much as possible, both for potable water and for wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kakari-Stone?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate your management and your leadership here. I have a question as we look more upstream, and this is about the commodification of water, how we manage water, how we purchase, how we sell, how we distribute. And I want to ask, has the county, since you've been here, or has there ever been conversations around parameters and metrics that are based on principles of water being sustainable for all, water as a human right, the principles or values or our core vision as a county, and how we govern to make sure there's equitable distribution? Has there ever been any of these types of conversations? And I'm just asking because it's my responsibility as a commissioner to ask these questions. You all do implementation, you're doing a fine job, it's all rational, it all makes sense. I've learned a lot. But are these discussions ever broached?
Yeah, Chair, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Yeah, we do have conversations like that, but ultimately we do return to what the policies and procedures that govern what the utility can and can't do. That's what we return to, and that's what we make decisions based on. But that doesn't mean that we haven't thought of potential recommendations in the past and brought them to the commissioners with some sort of justification as to why we think it would be a good idea to implement that.
I appreciate that. Because I rely on your expertise, what would be your recommendation to us as commissioners, and specifically to myself, since I'm asking this question, on how we can govern better and what policies, procedures, codes should be amended so we consider these basic principles and vision, and possibly even metrics that make more equitable distribution? What would be your recommendation to me and to us?
Oh, this sounds a little bit like a cop-out, but when we do come with recommendations and stuff like that, just to listen and hear us out and see if there's some good justification as to why we're recommending some sort of policy change, or whether you agree or don't agree with that. And if you don't agree with it, suggestions as to what direction to head with it.
Okay, so I appreciate, so it's like we have a mutual relationship, and you're saying we could offer some guidance. I'm looking for the next steps, future outlook for us, guidance on directions that are based on those principles. Is that correct?
Yeah.
More guidance. I appreciate that. So you mentioned the purchasing. We rely on our native water rights, but also we are constantly purchasing. What I haven't heard or read so far since January is, who do we purchase water rights from? Is there an inventory? Is there a transparent list? Is there some guidance around decision-making on who we purchase from?
There isn't a transparent list. Primarily the people that we purchase water rights from have approached the county and said, we know that you guys are looking for water rights fairly frequently, and we have some. And would you be interested? And this is the price that we're looking at. And then we do a review to see kind of what it would take to bring that water right up to the Buckman direct diversion, or how much it would cost, what the actual logistics of that purchase and transfer process would be. And if it's feasible, then we start the process of actually starting to negotiate, and then you guys get looped in.
No, I appreciate that. So I was thinking around this next steps and the questions that come from community that you laid out, and it seems like we need some sort of inventory of transactions. Do we have anything like that available to the public?
An inventory of the water right
Transactions.
We could easily put that list together.
Okay. So, all right.
Yeah.
So who we buy from, who we sell to, and trends over time. Because that kind of answers where the water comes from, right? And
Yeah.
From one angle, I realize it's multifaceted. So there would, I think at this point, I was looking for a lever and some changes around that. So we could make an inventory and a listing available online on who purchases and where it goes to. Because do we do purchases from individual owners, local community, or are those purchases we'll be able to look at trends that's coming from corporations and going to developers? In the 1980s, there was a book written, And We Sold the Rain. It's a pretty well-known Latin American literature book by a female Latina author. And rain, when it becomes a commodity away from a human right, and becomes something that becomes transactional and less relational. We get to a place where it's all around buying and selling. And I'm trying to figure out in my short term here how I can help guide more transparency and parameters that make it more equitable for Santa Fe County. So I'm looking for some ideas on how we can get, what it would it take to get an inventory online and your expertise, and I count on you.
Well, I don't think it would be very hard to get an inventory put together. I don't know how much information sellers want posted about them. Of course, it's available through IPRAs and whatnot right now, but it's one step further to getting that information than if it's just over the web.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'd have to talk to legal to see what their opinion is on posting that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And definitely, I don't know if legal has a way in. When we make purchases as a county, isn't it required for some sort of sunshine rule that it be publicly available online?
Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, yes, there's a sunshine resolution that requires contracts to be posted online, but that's ordinarily understood through the procurement lens when it comes to procuring goods and services for the county, professional services, for example. And so when you introduce the complexity of purchase of water rights that may be subject to adjudication, it becomes a little bit harder to monitor, and so it would need to be further discussed with Travis and everyone else involved in terms of how we would collect the relevant information, what is the relevant information, and then when it would be posted.
I really appreciate all of your expertise, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Travis, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. They may stream together, maybe not. In slide 13, which is the sort of infographic about residential versus commercial customers.
Okay.
So the residential customers use 26 million gallons per month. And then this is kind of a question about the math and what's represented on those slides. So they are billed, on the order of 500,000, and actually in excess of what was billed was collected. But on the commercial side, 570,000 was billed, but 458,000 was collected. What accounts for that lower collection? They're also commercial users are also using 31 million gallons. Are the rates the same? So why aren't we collecting more from commercial customers even though we're billing them? And then is the rate structure the same for commercial customers versus residential?
Okay. Hopefully I got that. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Johnson. There is a different rate structure for commercial and residential users. It's also based off pipe size, meter size, whatnot. And then Jesse alluded to it being implemented in the city of Santa Fe's rate structure, but it's tiered based on volume on a monthly basis. So it gets more expensive the more water you use. And if you're constantly exceeding, you're paying more in. So it's a little bit hard to pinpoint exactly where the difference is being introduced without actually combing through the numbers, but there is different rates for commercial and residential, and then there's also different rates based on volume.
But commercial does experience the same tiered rate structure as residential. Is that accurate?
That's something I just should know off the top of my head. I think theirs is a little more standard than the residential.
So they pay a flatter rate I'm imagining one of my questions, and I can't imagine all 147 customers, but they're mostly commercial or construction firms, or I imagine there's a brewery and there's a whatever, but the major commercial activity in the county would appear to be construction related.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. There's breweries, there's a tortilla factory. There's restaurants in there as well, or counted in the non-residential. Yeah, so it's all over the board, but there is some construction in there as well.
Okay, well, I think the upshot of what I'm asking is it would be, it seems like we're 100,000 short in collections on the commercial side, and I imagine that's something that you're concerned with or working to alleviate. The next slide has residential versus non-residential and a bar graph, but every non-residential is lower than the residential, but the slide before it shows that the commercial customers actually use more gallons per month, at least in August, which was the snapshot view. And in this August, the residential, so slide 14, shows a higher residential usage than non-residential. So I guess I got confused when I was swapping between the two, because I was trying to understand who uses more water in a bulk, in a net quantity.
Well, you're right. It is a little bit deceiving. There, in the bar graph that you're talking about, there are some factors that aren't factored into the previous slide that just show number of customers. One being is the bulk water station is not counted as a residential. So that's factored into the commercial.
Okay. Actually, do you mind on your own device? Oh, maybe the president. Okay, he's getting it up. Slide 18, it's a snapshot of Santa Fe County. Actually, while he's pulling it up, I'll switch to my next question. It's not really a question. It's just to underscore what Commissioner Green stated. If we have, 1 acre properties with $2 million homes, and they're using 0.25 acre feet per year, or they're allotted that, and then we have another 4 acre property with a dozen units on it, I really do think we should be able to adjust without bureaucracy or without a ton of it, the way that is accounted for, given that Jesse before also indicated, when you have apartments or more compacted residential development, you're using indoor water much more frequently. There might be a perimeter, that is using outdoor water, but it seems to me like that would be another roadblock that increases costs for consumers down the road. So in the vision of affordable housing, or at least lowering the cost of housing, we should try to alleviate that. And I think we'll talk about that in the growth management presentation. So I just wanted to underscore that. So the southeast pipe, can you tell me a tiny bit about that? This lower, moving south and then to the east, where does that go and who does that serve? And does it connect to something in San Miguel County that I'm not seeing, or what? Is that just a pipe that goes to Glorieta and stops?
That pipe got into the GIS file from a proposed plan.
From a what?
A proposed plan.
Okay, so that doesn't exist.
No.
That's what I thought. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I was thinking that would really change some of the potential connections to my district as far as water users go. So let it be known that is not an accurate existing pipe.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Travis.
Thank you. On a related note, and thank you, Commissioner, in District 3, and when we look at proposed pipes, but there are other aquifers in District 3, we have the, mentioned it before, we have the Galisteo Basin. We also have, I'm not seeing the map anymore, the basin that Edgewood is on, Stanley is on, in the Estancia, and I'm thinking of other proposed expansions into other basins, and any planning that would be done accordingly. We do approve development in those areas, and I think that might be answered later. I know that there are some things that we're answering here as a county that might be part of the state planning process. I don't know how much we engage with the work that Erdman does, and that might come up in the future presentation with, working with other jurisdictions. But that being said, we do have someone online who has a question.
Chair Bustamante, we have Rob Heineman.
Mr. Heineman. Mr. Heineman, are you there? We're ready for your question. Sorry for the delay. It wasn't.
There we go. Took me a minute to get the microphone.
Very good. Thank you.
Hi, commissioners and Mr. Soderquist, thanks for all your time and effort on this issue. I have a question for Mr. Soderquist on the regional water system. I believe the statement was that once the transmission lines are built out, the city of Santa Fe will be using that water until such time as the distribution lines in the Pewaukee Valley are completed and people are hooking up to that. Is that correct?
Chair, at this time, that's just an idea that's being thrown around as a way to get the project operating and feasible until we get the distribution lines in the communities within the Pewaukee Basin.
I think he was asking if the city was going to be using the water or if the county would be. So you might want to clarify the question because.
Was your question for the city of Santa Fe or Santa Fe County specifically?
My question is, if the water is not being used by the NPT basin, who is using it? I guess it doesn't matter to me if it's the county or the city, but it concerns me that the water is leaving the basin.
At this point, we wouldn't know who specifically would be using it. Whoever does end up using it would be paying that money back towards the operations and maintenance of the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System. So, not really.
Okay,
not
thank
really
you.
An answer. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. Heineman. Do we have anyone else online? Seeing no one else, no further questions. I did have one question. Oh, no, I didn't. I stated it already. Thank you. Sure.
Just to make sure that you'll probably be in the room later, and maybe it's going to be in the planning part. But there's also a potential request for the Tano Road area to connect to this, and I was wondering where that is in the planning process or how we can get that into the planning process, because I've had multiple constituents ask about that. And then also the Chupadero mutual domestic and all the mutual domestics that may be satellites to this system and could be that we're on the hook for as a resolution to adopt those. And then lastly, the wastewater treatment planning for the Pewaukee Basin as well, if there's some comment. Doesn't have to be now, but it could be just to make sure that somebody has it in our discussion today.
Okay, let's see. Tano Road, I'm not familiar with where it's at in the process, so hasn't really come to me yet.
Okay.
The next one was Chupadero. We're actively working with Chupadero to go through the specifics of what their system is, the state of their system, where the easements are, what needs to be done. We just got through the procurement, or we're working through the procurement for design of the system, and that's going to include some asset inventorying and next steps. And then for wastewater treatment within the Pewaukee Basin, I'm not very familiar with that process either. I've heard grumblings that there's a PER that was done a long time ago. I haven't seen that myself, but I do know that it's being reinitiated, at least conversations.
Great, thank you.
Chair Bustamante, if I could, and I'm sorry to interject, I just want to be clear relative to the interconnect between the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System and the Santa Fe, the remainder of the Santa Fe Integrated Water System. First, the settlement agreements and the Act of Congress that authorize those funds do allow for interim use outside of the basin until such time that the in-basin demand is there. So again, the basin has first rights relative to the water. However, I think everyone has recognized that at least initially, in-basin demand isn't going to be sufficient to utilize the water being produced by the system. And so the interconnect is a way to make the system more viable relative to the finances, as well as from a water quality perspective, to ensure that there's an adequate turnover of water through the main transmission lines. Secondly, the interconnect would allow for reverse flow into the Pojoaque Basin system, so would allow for potential supply of backup water as needed to supply that system, so the water could flow in both directions. So I did just want to augment a little bit what Travis said relative to that, so that it was clear relative to the interconnect and what role it would play in terms of ensuring both a backup supply to the Pojoaque Basin system, as well as ensuring the financial viability of the Pojoaque Basin system, as well as water quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. And it just sort of lends back to the question I had before. I understand that the areas that I'm speaking about are very sparse, but has there been any discussion or consideration for future planning of acquiring water rights in the Galisteo and the Estancia areas?
Chair, not from the county utility.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Travis. Commissioner?
I don't have a question regarding, thank you, Travis. I was going to ask a question of the chair.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Regarding process, this has been so rich, so informative, and great questions from everyone. We're at 3 hours into 2 presentations. If we average 2.5 to 3 hours per every 2 presentations, it'll take us into about 8 p.m. tonight. How does the chair want to proceed? Because I don't want to cut the learning and the opportunity short.
No, thank you for that question, Commissioner. I have been assured, so I pretty much said the same thing, but I think I went maybe an hour earlier than 8 o'clock. I was assured that the next presentations didn't have that there's some overlap and that they would go more quickly. I think that if we did tend to go over the conversation or have a need, I don't think any of us would be opposed to scheduling for another time, because I do believe this is rich and it is important to allow for as many questions to get as many answers as we possibly can. So that has absolutely been discussed and addressed, as well as any consideration for even a half-hour lunch break. So at this point, we would consider that for 12:30, but I do understand that our next presenter, who is the one who said, oh no, we're very brief now from here on out, so I'm grateful. If you are ready, Michael, we're happy to hear from you now. Thank you.
And I am ready, and I'll try to keep us onto that 12:30 aim for lunch as well. And so, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'll be presenting 2 different presentations back to back here. I'll try to keep them brief, but we'll have a segment in between for everyone to raise their questions and hopefully me be able to field them as quickly as possible. Once we're up, I'll jump right in. But to start off, my name is Michael Carr. I'm the Environmental Compliance Officer with the Public Works Department. And our first segment for this kind of 2-part presentation is going to be how our groundwater resources fit into this conversation. So just to start off from kind of a bird's eye view here, I just wanted to kind of delineate the responsibilities between the county and the state. The state is really our primary regulator. They're the researcher, they're the data steward for pretty much all of the groundwater resource information in the state. The county, on the other hand, plays a relatively smaller role in managing that resources at a local level. So our main focus is going to be on water planning, some domestic well use oversight, as well as water conservation efforts. The county doesn't produce any of its own water. We get ours through the system with the city, as we've covered in earlier conversations. And also just to iterate that domestic and commercial wells are privately owned and regulated by the OSC at the state level. So just to touch a little bit more on the state and some of the primary offices that are overseeing our groundwater resources. The Bureau of Geology and Mineral Resources, it's kind of the research arm of the state. So they're the ones managing the aquifer mapping program, water data initiative, geological mapping, and some water education programs. The OSC and the NMED are sort of more of our regulatory arm that we're in regular collaborations and discussions with for our resources. So OSC is looking predominantly at water rights allocation program, the water use program, and oversee the drilling and closing of wells in the state. Meanwhile, at the NMED, they're looking more at water quality and the regulation of that. So surface water quality, groundwater quality, wastewater, drinking water, that sort of thing. They're also performing oversight on our water infrastructure and our water source protections and the certification of utility operators. Pivoting a bit back to the county's role in this, our responsibility for the oversight of groundwater resources is kind of parceled out across departments in the county, depending on the responsibilities provided to each of them. So Public Works, we've heard from a water utility. We also have our projects and some water administrative programs overseen in that department. And in growth management, development permitting, water planning, planning and outreach. Within our community development department, specifically sustainability, it's really our main arm for education, water conservation, and outreach, and that sort of thing. Community services also plays a role in this, especially with the recent identification of PFAS contamination in the La Cienega and La Cieneguilla community. So four primary departments there that have a hand at some extent in our groundwater management. So to focus in, even with a little bit more granularity, these are some of the main policies and drivers for groundwater management when it comes to developments. So Travis touched on the line extension policy, and I have another slide touching on that a little bit more, basically dictating when a constituent needs to connect to the water utility. We have our domestic well use metering program, which I'll also touch on in more detail. And the purpose of that is to help the county monitor the usage of groundwaters per the limitations listed in the SLDC and plat approvals. We also have a development permit review process. So throughout that process, our growth management department is looking at whether developments are bringing in and compliant with state regulations, especially at the OSC, to make sure that their wells are recorded and documented before we move forward with approving them.
I appreciate that, Michael, and I hate to stop you because you were so confident in the brevity of your presentation, but we are having problems with the audio in Teams right now.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to ask that we pause, and maybe for those of us who've been sitting for a while, maybe take a stretch break. Let's do that and see what we can do to get things stood up again.
Oh, thanks. And I'm happy to restart too if you want me to go back over it all.
Speak more into the mic.
Oh, is it not coming through? Okay.
We weren't even planning, we were going to go roll right through lunch, and we didn't get lunch. No, I hadn't. I'm wondering if we can. Let's do it now. Yeah, we hadn't planned for lunch. We thought we were going to roll right through it, but I think it's, in fact, we were just going to do the snacks and then have lunch after at 2. That was the plan.
No, you're good.
Is there enough snack stuff out there? Like, what is there? Oh, protein. Got it.
I'm probably talking pretty fast too to sign it out.
Mic check 1 2.
All right, dance break. Get the blood flowing.
We should have some like walk-in music.
Oh,
I think-
yeah.
I think we should all have walk-in music. Like every time you come and testify here. should, like,
Is it individual to each person?
Test 1 2. Mic check.
Like it. I'm sure Daniel will hate hearing that we're going to solicit him to make theme songs for everybody.
Mic check 1 2.
Just a little bit of added. Mic on.
Say like hold 2 cents and it's like do it for a while because just to make sure because I can hear you.
Okay.
But like just this is a test.
Test 1 2. Santa Fe County is my favorite place to be. Check 1 2. Mic test. Check check.
Just mic test. We're just testing the audio. Yeah, it's really bad, but you're repeating for some reason.
It's probably back and forth
You can hear, still hear your voice.
Test, test. This is Michael Carr, Environmental Compliance Officer. What's that? Oh no, you're good. It's my conversation aboard everyone. Oh really?
Testing teams. This is a test. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is an audio test in Teams. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. This is a test in Teams. Teams test, audio test 1 2.
We're back online, but we're not back in session as I'm waiting for some commissioners. All right, we still have. Okay, very good. We have a quorum. And how to address the audio from the beginning, but we're good. Let's go ahead and start from where we are. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just continue on where we left off, discussing basically some of the general policies that are guiding groundwater management across the county. We discussed a little bit about the line extension policy with Travis's presentation, and I'll touch on that as well on a future slide. The domestic well use metering program, which is something I'll also consider in a following slide, but the purpose of that is basically to help monitor the usage of groundwater in our communities per limitations set out in the Sustainable Land Development Code. We also have a process for our development permit review process and growth management, basically to ensure that applicants looking to develop that their groundwater wells are recorded and in line with OSE requirements. And that's supported through the Technical Advisory Committee, which is basically a committee that includes staff from across the county to provide insight and question developments that are pending approval from growth management. And that could be related to where water source for that sort of development is coming from, or stormwater or groundwater resources generally. Ooh. Let's have a little trouble with the slide here. All right. So here's a closer look at basically the line extension policy. Generally, it's a fairly complicated process with a lot of individual variables that can affect what that process looks like per constituent. Generally, it's with whenever a property is within 200 feet of the utility, that triggers the process to connect to it. If it's a development, a commercial development that'll be sold off, there's usually a meter can installed, and that triggers a specific application process. If it's a domestic situation where they might not have that infrastructure in place, there's an application process basically stating that they're ready, willing, and able to connect, and that process is looked through by Public Works administrative staff. It's really important for constituents who might have questions on this to communicate with staff. It's really essential to basically identify what those variables are and how to help that individual constituent through that process. Generally, once connected, the well needs to be capped when you're connected to the utility, but the water rights are retained by the property. And just to point out as well, there are more than, once you put a line in the ground, it's not there forever. It requires maintenance. The tree roots here in this little illustration here pretty much represent that. We're all subject to the wear of nature. So just because it's in the ground doesn't mean it doesn't need to be upkept going forward. Very briefly, I just want to touch on domestic wells and the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System, how we manage wells within the confines of that project is a little bit different. Basically, per the settlement agreement for this program, once installed, all new non-Indian water users will be required to connect to it. Existing users will have the option to, and basically once you connect to it, the water rights associated with the property are transferred to the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System to support their supply of water to users. This gets very complicated. It's a very drawn-out process, and we're still looking at years out before it's built. So I encourage anyone interested in learning more about how they might be impacted to attend the quarterly outreach events coordinated with Bureau of Reclamation and support with county staff. So here's a look at, I just want to highlight very quickly the domestic well use metering program. This is subject under the SLDC 7.13.11.5. If you want to look at this in any more particular detail, there's a link to it on our website. It'll take you directly to that code so you can read through it yourself. But overall, at a high level look, all developments are required to participate in this program. Wells that are installed are required to include a county approved meter. Right now, county approved means complying with the most recent list of well meters approved by the OSE, which is available on their website. Well owners are required to submit their well readings annually. There is some leeway if you are reporting your meter readings quarterly to the OSE. You can provide those in lieu of our current reporting form, which I'll touch on here in another slide. And then we also require that those well meters get tested every 10 years. So where's the program go from here? This is generally our kind of groundwater management with a specific look at the domestic well use metering program, just because we put a lot of money and effort into looking in how to amplify this and help basically steward our groundwater resources moving forward. Over the last several years, we've had a pilot program in the La Cienega community. An initial report for that pilot program was published in 2023 and available on our website in very thorough detail. We've also received a well sampling report from monitoring wells in that area that will hopefully be published here soon once we can ensure that there is no personally identifiable information associated with those wells and the properties that allowed us to basically look at that information. Here, hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have a phase 2 work plan. A draft was provided to us in 2023, but as we've looked closer at the initial recommendations from this pilot program from our consultant, we've approached it in a different way and moved forward in certain aspects. So what that work plan will look like will highlight what our next steps will be, hopefully for the next several years to implementation. And just to give like a little bit of background on what that will look like going forward, the roadmap for implementing this will hopefully include a basically online reporting portal for constituents to upload their meter readings. The goal of this is to make it a lot easier for constituents to provide us with that information. Right now, we're utilizing a 2-page fillable PDF that has all the information that the program was initially looking for, but we're hoping to streamline that to hopefully ensure constituents that might not have a background in calculating their water usage based on their well meters have an opportunity to provide it to us, and then we'll handle that on the back end of this online system. This sort of database that we'd be building out to help track well meters and groundwater usage would also allow us to determine going forward what the groundwater use is in a certain area and help validate potentially building out a utility into that area if it seemed appropriate, or at least provide us some data on that, as well as understanding if there's areas that are using more groundwater than they have been allocated based on the SLDC. And then finally, beyond that, once we're able to catch new developments, we'll look back and start reviewing potential incentivization and voluntary compliance programs to hopefully get people on into the rhythm of providing that information, realize that the more they're able to provide the county when it comes to their utilization of groundwater resources through collaborations with the state, specifically the New Mexico Data Initiative, if we can provide a more thorough background on what our groundwater usage looks like. The plans that come out at the state level will be more refined and the county will be more represented accurately from that. So I've met with the OSE technical team, and we're hoping that as we move forward with the program, we can hopefully have some collaborative data sharing to increase the resolution of the New Mexico water rights reporting system, but also ensure that we're getting the information we need to be good stewards of our groundwater resources. And so with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions from the chambers? Any questions online?
Chair Bustamante, currently I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, go ahead and just, let's keep that open and we can go back to them. Do we have any questions from the commission? Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Michael. I'm here to learn and to see what kind of positive changes we can continue to support moving forward, and also what we can implement in terms of innovation. That being said, I've been participating in the Agua Fria Village Water Association Water Keepers meetings and listened to their planning. Can you explain to me how all this interfaces with traditional villages? They've received great support from former Senator Nancy Rodriguez from the state. They are doing their own hookups. How do we interface with all of that? And maybe you can give me the quick 411 and maybe coffee afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. So right now, the goal of the program, because we're looking at just standing it up to basically a status that'll let us to start bringing in that data, we're looking primarily at capturing new development data and ensuring that as new developments go in, whether that's single family homes, ADUs, slowly working through collecting that data and getting it accurately. And so people are reporting frequently, and we're following through with the program as listed in SLDC. Going forward with that, especially expanding to communities that might not have a lot of development. Our traditional communities are built out and reliant on their domestic wells. We'll have to look at that as it comes up and what works best with that community. So it would require a lot of outreach and engagement with them and determining whether it's better to approach that sort of situation on a well owner to well owner situation, or maybe we can approach that as a community-based approach and figure out a way to hopefully capture that data, but maybe not targeting individuals if they want to provide it collectively. It's a work in progress to figure out what that looks like, and I think that's a little further down the road than what we're looking at right now for the next steps for this program.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't want to disrupt what they have going. They seem to have a very efficient system going. But if they're open to it, I'd like to have coffee with you and one of the leaders of the association. There's a board. Some of these water rights go back many, many, many generations, dating back to 1940s, even before then. And I'd like to, maybe for my own understanding, mostly to see, is there a way the county can do some more support of their system? I know they get a lot of state support, but again, I'll check with them on what they want and would appreciate us having coffee with them. Thanks.
Yeah, happy to be there to support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Michael. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Michael. Aside from perhaps long-standing historical rights that need to be worked out, what is a single property owner's who's on an unmetered well's rights for water use, or are those not defined?
So for the extent of this program, I hesitate to tread into the world of water rights. The purpose of this program is basically to require just the reporting of information associated with their water use. I know during the original consulting review of plat approvals for the LCLC community, there was quite a lot of ambiguity into what the history of those properties looked like, especially related to their water use, just because it's not as a recorded nice PDF scan like some of our newer developments. So when it comes to those specific users, that'll definitely be handled in that second phase of basically figuring out how we engage with communities and traditional communities that have these longstanding unmetered well uses, and how we can approach them basically to ensure that they are compliant with the codes set out by the county, but also be cognizant of the needs and lifestyle of those community members.
Okay, I appreciate
A little bit of a half
the
answer there.
ambiguity of your answer for delicacy's sake. If there is like a baseline though, you know, certain amount of draw per acre, is there some sort of standard baseline that is an abstract principle? That's one question. Second question, which you may skip to first, is where do those discussions happen? I understand this is not part of the pilot program and, you know, what you're looking at here today. Where do those discussions happen?
So groundwater usage is identified in the Sustainable Land Development Code. I think I'm going to be kind of pulling a number here that I'm not entirely confident in. I believe it's a 1/4 acre foot a year. And then plat approvals could have a separate groundwater restriction added to that. I won't delve too much into those numbers because I'm not confident of them off the top of my head, but what is the standard allocation of groundwater pool for domestic wells is something cited within our code, and that is what we are basing the enforcement of the policy and program on. So it is not an abstract groundwater usage. It's all something that has been codified in Santa Fe County code.
Okay, so then that seems, if you're right, and we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, that is akin to the surface water rights that were just discussed, which is a 1/4 acre foot per dwelling unit. Yeah, I think I've exhausted my questions for now, and I may have one more at the end. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a question from the chambers. If you would please approach the microphone. Thank you for your participation.
I am Cheetah Gillis, and my question is about the distinction between groundwater rights and surface water rights. Are they two distinct things?
Unfortunately, I don't think that is my expertise. So I can follow with that unless there's another member of staff who'd like to give that shot at that.
I'm happy to.
Do we have someone else from staff who can answer that, or
Sure.
can we get your information and we will get
Sure.
you the answer?
Sure.
Yes, Attorney Boyd, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to try and answer. Again, it's not legal advice, but the right in question, there is a distinction between surface water rights and groundwater rights for sure. The groundwater right for a well is going to be associated with the location of the well, associated with that property. Surface water right to divert water is going to be a right that, you know, generally if it's used for irrigation will travel with the land, but can also be conveyable. So that's when you're talking about transfers of water rights. That's generally what is happening, is a transfer of surface water rights, not well rights.
Thank you, Attorney Boyd. Does that help, Cheetah?
So we're in a community that may be switching from groundwater rights, because we don't have groundwater, to surface water rights if we can hook up with county water, for example. Those aren't you need to purchase new water rights for surface, even though you have groundwater rights? That's my question.
We're getting a little bit more complicated here with that question. But, you know, if you're purchasing water from the utility, you don't have a water right. You're just buying the water from the utility, which will hold the water rights. And so, if you're talking about a proposal to connect to a utility that in an area that's not served, then you're getting into county policy in terms of what the county will require before it agrees to serve your property with its utility service. So in the examples that have been discussed previously, there's been a discussion of the need for a property owner to essentially transfer water rights to the county in exchange for the county's agreement to serve them with utility water.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Boyd. Any further questions for Michael Carr? I just have two questions. Does the Technical Advisory Review Committee include community members?
So that process includes staff in different capacities from across departments meeting directly with the developer who's going through that development permit process. So it's not an open forum for input from different community members. It's just kind of a place to discuss that development permit process with the individual.
Okay, thank you. And then what is the time limit for the amount of time a constituent pays for the standby charges, pays the standby charges?
I do not know that number off the top of my head. We do have set prices that have been confirmed by the commission, and that information can be easily looked up depending on the situation with the constituents by calling the Public Works Department.
I do have the amount that a constituent is paying, but they want to know how long they're going to be paying that money as a standby. So it's been a number of years now that they've been paying the $90 a month, but they're not receiving any water yet. And it's a standby charge that was approved by the a previous Board of County Commissioners. Do we have any idea what the delay is? As well, it states that we would review that in 2026, but that doesn't tell us if there's a time limit for when a constituent would be absolved of their requirement to pay $90 a year if they're not getting connected to county water.
So that situation sounds like there might be a little bit more conversation needed to figure out exactly what that holdup is and who that is, where they're at, and that sort of thing. So
Okay.
I would recommend they call Public Works, and our administrative staff are happy to answer that question.
Thank you, Michael. And it looks like Alexandra has a...
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I just wanted to clarify that the Technical Advisory Committee, if a project is located within the jurisdiction of a community organization, that community organization is invited to the meeting.
Thank you, thank you. And then this one, I said only two, but this is a third. What kind of incentives would you give somebody to make sure their well is being metered?
So that is going to be the big question we tackle going forward. One of the items that is going to be covered in my next presentation for the stormwater management program is to review the feasibility of a GSI, Green Stormwater Infrastructure Incentivization Program. Maybe it'll definitely be part of that conversation as we stand up this program and look at that potential incentivization program, whether they can cross-pollinate and provide incentives across goals that the county is setting to meet kind of a higher quality of water resource conservation. But we're open to any recommendations as that conversation moves forward.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Then let's go ahead and hear the next presentation. Thank you. It's only 5 minutes after 12:30.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes.
No, and please don't race. I think this is very valuable. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just for posterity, and once this is cut up online for segments for interested constituents to revisit, my name is Michael Carr. I'm the Environmental Compliance Officer with Santa Fe County. And this segment of my presentations are going to be covering how we manage stormwater and rain. So first off, I just want to kind of jump through a couple different ways that we do manage it. The first section here is going to be via policy and legislation. That table on the right was provided to us by our consultant that reviewed all county code and pulled out pieces that relate to 6 different minimum control measures that I'll touch on a little bit later. And as you can see, policies that relate broadly to stormwater include those in the Sustainable Land Development Code, various ordinances, general code. We also have specific items that are looked at during the development process, such as floodplain review, slope analysis, priority management areas, stuff like that. And then we have our physical asset management. So when the water hits the ground and how it moves over the landscape, we manage that basically through our built infrastructure. So things like culverts, outfalls, bridges, ditches. This is a picture of me out inspecting the new box culvert under the Northeast-Southeast Connector Road. And it also plays into basically the natural environment and how it is managing its stormwater. So natural conveyances include arroyos, streams, rivers, and how we interact between those two is a very important metric on how we maintain providing services to the community and keeping water moving downstream and getting into the ground. And the final aspect of these ways that we manage it is going to be via programming and internal collaboration. So a moment ago, I spoke to some of the tasks in our stormwater management program plan that was passed last year, and this basically outlines a list of tasks to be completed by the county at specific deadlines going forward over the next several years. We've done a great job at keeping up with those task items and are continuing to work through them, and I'll highlight a few of those at the tail end of this presentation. But we also have a designated stormwater working group as part of the Water Policy Advisory Committee, and we organize internal monthly meetings to discuss stormwater and our MS4 permit, which I'll touch on as well in a minute. Beyond that is a sort of internal and external conversation. We have a quarterly meeting that includes several county staff that meet with the City of Santa Fe and NMDOT District 5 to basically discuss how we're managing stormwater within the federally designated Santa Fe urbanized area. Beyond that, kind of more of an external collaboration, just to emphasize how diverse and varied and spread stormwater management is. We do collaborate quite a bit with the New Mexico Environment Department and EPA, and most of that comes down to how stormwater is designated in the state of New Mexico. We are currently one of 3 states that do not have state primacy over the Clean Water Act. So as we work with NMED, we're also working with the EPA to follow through with any compliance measures that would affect spills and illicit discharges from potentially wastewater treatment plants or dumps along the road and that sort of thing. And we also report to both of them for regulatory oversight and reporting. So I touched on this a little bit, but I just want to bring it up just because it is important for how we manage stormwater in our community. So an MS4 or an MS4 permit, it stands for a municipal separate storm sewer system. In older cities, especially out east, sewer and stormwater was historically managed as one conveyance. So stormwater would go into the culvert, mix with sewage, and then discharge into a water body or such. That's the old way of doing it, and that is not how we manage our stormwater. Septic and sewage is handled separately. Stormwater is collected and conveyed into water bodies separately. But an overview of the program is under the Clean Water Act, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit Program, NPDES. This is just one of several permits that dictate and oversee what the standards are for how we manage stormwater. Specifically looking at the Santa Fe urbanized community, the blue and orange colored shapes here on the map outline the Santa Fe urbanized area. That is how the federal government, the EPA, views the requirement for us to report and control stormwater pollution prevention in our community. The red hatched box identifies the county's MS4 priority area. We know we have a lot of development there south of 25, so we want to ensure that we're applying the same requirements we would to our federally designated jurisdiction to those communities as well, just to make sure that we're applying the best management practices for stormwater in those areas that have high development that might not be captured at the federal level. As a part of that permit, it basically looks at 6 different minimum control measures. I mentioned that early. These include public education and outreach, public involvement, illicit discharge detection and elimination, construction site runoff control, post-construction runoff management, and pollution prevention. These are all required actions, general basically bins that hold actions we're required to undertake in order to fulfill the standards at the EPA. And to reiterate again, that boundary that included both the city, the county, and NMDOT, we meet collaboratively every quarter to discuss ongoing projects that might either affect each of our jurisdictions or use that as a platform to basically learn from each other. NMDOT has been really forward-thinking in developing maintenance guides for green stormwater infrastructure and sustainable stormwater management across the state. So we've definitely looked at them for implementing some of the programs we've been pushing forward on in regards to stormwater management. And the city, being a more urban area with more impervious structure, has had to take additional steps that might not apply to the county, but we can look to as a reference as areas that fall within the county jurisdiction build up over time. And so to kind of circle back to the stormwater management plan, we've accomplished a lot of tasks on that list. Those are broken down in more detail in the most recent MS4 annual report that was made public for comment a couple months ago and is available on our website. The biggest one of those is basically a stormwater webpage that has consolidated all of our stormwater documentation. So you can see every report we've published since 2022, in addition to all the maps of outfalls and conveyance systems in our community related to this jurisdictional boundary. And we've also been moving forward on better training for our staff as it relates to stormwater management and ensuring that we have proper signage discussing the importance of pollution prevention and their effects on our water supply. Moving forward with some of these task items, one that we've discussed a little bit earlier is basically to assess the feasibility of an incentivization program for GSI. So we want to try to promote the use of this type of infrastructure for the community. It's something we've showcased several times during our Earth Day events over the last several years. Pictured here is one of the recent GSI infrastructure builds at the Arroyo Hondo Fire Station from the 2024 Earth Day event. We're also working to ensure that we have a consistent documentation of stormwater pollution prevention plans associated with our construction projects, and working to basically build out maintenance guides for how to ensure that the pieces of green stormwater infrastructure are maintained properly going forward, either by our staff if they fall under our jurisdiction, or provide that maintenance guide to the public or developers if they were to move forward with implementing this type of infrastructure build on their properties. And to leave off here, I just want to broadly touch on the future of the legislation and what's dictating our management here. So New Mexico is looking towards taking over primacy of the Clean Water Act that was passed in the most recent legislative session, but we won't expect them to have implemented that program and taken full control over that until probably 2028, conservatively. In the meantime, the EPA is also drafting a new statewide MS4 permit. Right now, we're a small MS4 permit. We just manage our area, and the type of MS4 we are is broadly applied to similar areas. The statewide permit is basically going to open up the management to every type of urban area in New Mexico. So once that's published, we'll be convening again with the city and NMDOT to collaborate on what those changes are and make comment if necessary. And if that does get rolled out, depending on the status of the federal government and the EPA, it's expected to roll out in early 2026, but as we know, the federal government can move slow and faces some uncertain times right now with their administration. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the chambers who have questions for Michael Carr? Seeing none, do we have any online?
Chair Bustamante, currently there are no users raising their hand.
We'll keep that open. From the dais, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Michael. This talked about stormwater in this, and maybe this isn't the place for it, but I think that also all rain. So we have regulations that have been in place for a bunch of years for catchment on all homes or homes over 2,500 square feet. And I'm wondering if where that is in terms of the success of the program. I hear grumblings from how it really adds significant cost to construction. And I think it would be good for us to have some quantification on how much we think that it's saved us in terms of water. If people are using it, if we have 1,000 of these that have been built into homes that essentially, based on rainfall, we've saved X number, thousands of gallons or millions of gallons or whatever that statistic is,
But
just to show that we can
then, Mike,
quantify how we've saved.
why
some,
are you so adamant on wanting to use Penske?
Thanks. Excellent. Thank you for your comments there. And then one of our former commissioners also was a proponent of rain gardens. And I think that that's in the stormwater space, a great opportunity for us to recharge our aquifer and to provide some lush little spots that, whether it's for pollinators or just a tree or two. They really want to talk. And then, so those are the two questions. And I'm wondering if maybe it's in part of your story, or maybe it's the growth management and the building code part of the story.
As far as quantifying data from rain capture per the requirements in our code, that sounds like a very useful quantitative angle to go at. I'll definitely look into that following this presentation and see if we have some of that available, or if that's something that we can look into to help basically rationalize how we move forward with some of the policies internally. As far as rain gardens, yeah, the GSI incentivization program would definitely include rain gardens. The image I shared of the Arroyo Hondo space was a rain garden. It hadn't been planted out at that point. But yeah, we'll definitely be promoting those across the county, just because they're a great way to basically treat stormwater before it enters the system.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Commissioner Hughes, thank you.
Yeah, this is actually very similar to Justin Green's question. Do we have any requirements or thought to large developers developing recharge ponds to take care of this stormwater that way?
As far as I'm aware, we do not currently have any requirements for new developments to include green stormwater infrastructure. That is definitely something we've had conversations about in some of our monthly MS4 meetings. So if information on that develops, I'm happy to share that with the commission.
Okay, yeah, it seems appropriate moving forward, since we're getting more of our moisture in big storms at the end of summer or whatever. It'd be good to capture that water rather than just let it run into the river. But glad you're thinking of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kukari-Stone?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Michael. Just a quick question around, we had a great presentation on the PFAS and I think it was 6 various sources. And how are you interfacing with that when we have storms that come and there's flow off? I'd like to just learn more.
So I think for that point, as we're still currently working through the PFAS situation in the LCLC community and what runoff and the chemicals being carried would look like across the county, I think right now it's probably just conversational until we have a better idea of what those sources are of PFAS in that community and what measurements or mitigation effects are going to be most applicable for that situation. If stormwater happens to be a big aspect of that, we can definitely see how that intertwines. But at the moment, those aren't specifically interlinked, just because we're still working through what exactly is causing that contamination.
Okay, thank you. Is there a way to test different samples of stormwater runoff in different areas after a large rainfall?
Yes. So as we've kind of been building out our stormwater management program, there are goals set out in the MS4 permit to include wet water sampling following stormwater events. Albuquerque currently carries these out, and the process for that is basically within 15 minutes of the start of the rain, have somebody out there collecting samples along conveyances to take back to the lab and basically run tests to see what kind of chemicals are associated within that first runoff period. I am aware that the city is currently looking at developing a program similar to that in Albuquerque and their jurisdiction. That is something we are currently not doing, but we'll need to look at in a little more detail with our current consultant and SWIP goals. It might not be entirely feasible, as we don't have a great pool of consultants that can carry out that work in the county. And the best practices for that process are basically within 15 minutes, have somebody out there collecting that sample. So we're a little bit hamstrung by the fact that we don't have the correct amount of laboratories in Santa Fe to support that testing immediately. So if we were able to get a consultant out to collect that sample, they have to drive to Albuquerque. And there's a certain window of time that that laboratory will accept that sample and a certain amount of time that that sample is viable for that testing. So there's a lot of challenges that we need to look at to figure out whether or not that's a feasible action for us, or figure out if there's maybe specific areas we want to implement that if it is feasible.
Well, thank you for thinking through that. It could be, you know, as we're trying to solve this mystery of the 6 sources, and can we collaborate with scientists and students from the universities or community colleges and the New Mexico Environment Department, where we would have a little workforce interested instead of paying for everything? I'm just throwing out creative ideas.
Potentially. I think we definitely still are in a bit of a challenging situation where we're still an hour away from UNM, and a lot of students we're kind of restricted in our educational body to Santa Fe Community College, and I don't believe there's as big of programs and collaborations with the other universities nearby, but I might be mistaken. So if those opportunities do come up, we're happy to look at them and see if there's a way to kind of collaborate on those efforts.
Yeah, that would be exciting. And just a practical question. Rain barrels for all our residents, and it's expensive because I'm thinking about the smaller homes and more working class homes in Santa Fe County, and you have to get a rebate system. So you can spend up to $250 on a rain barrel, and it's a disincentive because people don't have the cash up front. As a county, are we exploring other funding sources so that people can get the rebate right away if they're within a certain income level, and we can get rain barrels in communities that can't afford it?
So to those points, those are conversations we'll be having, and ones that will be brought up as we start to review that GSI incentivization program. We want to make sure that we as a county can provide a resource to help incentivize these best management practices, especially in an arid area with limited water. But we do also need to be cognizant of how we move forward with that, just to make sure that we comply with the anti-donation clause and any walls we might have either with the community or which area we're targeting to branch that sort of program out to make sure nobody is being left out of that conversation.
Well, I offer a commitment for myself on how to move forward with that. I think that's really important. We have elders and people that come from a generation where water conservation is their core value and really would like to afford, like my mother-in-law. Those rain barrels are so expensive, and, you know, we could really save more water, and people could have their little gardens, little herbs or something in their backyard, and I want to support that, and please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson, did you have anything? I too, other than the commissioner that was referenced earlier, being a former commissioner who was in support of rain gardens, and I invite the new commissioners to see how beautiful the proximity to the rain garden gets, and how it actually recharges the aquifer, and it looks great, and life is green. And I am with the commissioner on one of my questions is about how we support private landowners in both learning about rain gardens and an ability to establish them. So I back up a little bit on that one because we have had some substantial rains, felt like inland hurricane weather in La Cienega, and the runoff from private residences affected county culverts, and actually in many ways surpassed the county culverts, but also plugged them up. So we just had a lot of, there was a big dynamic there. And the question about the ability for private landowners to establish the catchment systems necessary to not leave their neighbors vulnerable. And there was a statement about it running off into the road. In this case, water ran into private residences. So created damage, and it's been quite problematic. And I'm really asking the question more along, the regulatory component is evident and the liability is clear, and how do we support those private landowners? And this goes back to how we're approving development, but also assuring that those uphill residences have the support they need to divert the water in a manner that doesn't affect both county resources and other private residences. Any thoughts, ideas, and how that's been discussed?
Yeah, so I've also received some comments from the public reporting, I think, the same incidents that you're discussing now. And that is definitely something we're looking at, hopefully moving forward with the program. Right now, the program is kind of more of an introspective look to ensure that the county is doing its best, the best things it can, either through procedure or through compliance, and ensuring the dissemination of information to the public on what that status is. But especially looking forward, there's an interesting interplay with stormwater and other infrastructure. So as you spoke of, with uphill residents draining down into a county maintained road, that'll be a discussion to have, whether that be a code enforcement issue, if there's any non-compliance with the water being directed down off of someone's property into another property. There's just probably a discussion to have with our roads division on how we look at effects like that, not only in that specific situation, but if they were to come up anywhere in the county, have a procedure to basically move forward with correcting those. So I think as we move forward with the stormwater program and we catch up internally to where we want to be and are delivering the information to the public that we'd like to have out there, then we can start seeing how it interconnects with that private-public dynamic. And if we have that GSI incentivization program and those avenues of communication with the public, we can better identify those areas that are having those problems and figure out what the best solutions are to ensure that we aren't overstepping, but that we're providing the help that we can as the county.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. The other opportunity that we have that is to sort of break a organizational silo, if you will, is when we do have these flooding incidences, that we then communicate with community services to let people know that they probably want to have their well water checked. I personally had my well flooded up to about 3 feet, and that can lead to an E. coli incident. It's important that people understand that if their well house is flooded, they probably want to take some steps. The public knows that that is their responsibility, but they don't necessarily know the dynamic of having their well house flooded and that they might want to have a water check. Now, I say that also knowing that the state has some responsibility as well, but when we learn about it as the county, it would be a great service to let people know your water may be contaminated after your well house was flooded. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Are there any further questions, issues, or statements? Okay, in the interest of time, I want to check with the commission. I think this commission thinks that I may be trying to starve them, and I don't have that intention. But the plan was to get to, and we only have a couple of more items on, and see what the check is. We do have something to eat in the back. We can take a 15-minute, or we can keep rolling. It is very much up to the group at the dais.
Thanks for your consideration. I have pre-diabetes, so I'd like to take a little break to just have some protein.
Okay, and I do want to
do it on my own.
I completely want to be respectful of people's health concerns. We have 15 minutes. Let's make it 20. Is that okay? Sure. A 20-minute break, and we will continue at 20 minutes after 1. Thank you. Very well, thank you. All right, we are ready for Andrew Harden. All right, ready? Are we ready technically? Yep, thumbs are up. Go, Andrew, go. Is your microphone on?
Thank you, Dominic. Madam Chair and the Commission, good afternoon. Topic for the presentation 4A is collaboration with state, other agencies, communities, and stakeholders. I am Andrew Harn. I'm a water planner, and I sit in the county's growth management department, which is just down the street here at 240 Grant. Water planning program has been operating more than a year. Its work is projects and activities supporting sustainable water and wastewater management and regional water sector collaboration by working with county departments, federal, state, local governments. We actually do have a few people from the community from some of those organizations here today. We have Anders Lundahl from the New Mexico Environment Department Drinking Water Bureau here. And we do have, from Canada Los Alamos Mutual Domestic Community Water Association, we have Cheetah Gillis. Okay. And also earlier today we had Mia Clifford, president of the El Dorado Community Improvement Association, and I'm not sure if Mia still may have had to go to another meeting. So also other important communities that we collaborate with are the Pueblos, of course. We have 7 Pueblos within the county area, community and registered organizations, and of course the county's Water Policy Advisory Committee. And myself, I'm one of 4 staff liaisons to the committee. The other 3, as you know, are in the room with us today. And today from the Water Committee, we have Peter Gowan, who was here earlier today, Laird Grazier, and Steve Schmeling.
Thank
Steve
you.
is right behind Laird, actually. So, okay. Other senior growth management staff are leading project work to update the Sustainable Growth Management Plan and the Sustainable Land Development Code. And these are presentations. And these are presentations 5A and 5B on today's agenda. Ahead. Okay, and everybody, there's you see a diagram in front of you of a watershed. Okay, so basically watersheds, or a whole watershed approach, is the basis of my presentation today. Water planning promotes a holistic approach based on the premise that protecting and restoring surface and groundwater resources depends on a healthy watershed. It works within a whole of basin framework, engaging and supporting various stakeholders. Many county communities rely on groundwater and NSAKAs for water supply. And one of the first questions that we get is, how will land and water be managed in the watersheds above to ensure current surface and groundwater supplies, as well as for future potential development? Water planning aims to achieve buy-in for a collaborative process for multi-stakeholder integrated watershed planning and management. Okay, and this is sort of some terminology you've heard before, and you're going to hear it again, is again, multi-stakeholder integrated watershed planning and management. And this is the same language that is used by other federal and state water sector agencies and research organizations. Ground level projects are key for building collaboration with community members and stakeholders. Participants identify needs and challenges related to landscape, health, and water quality. They gain hands-on experience designing, undertaking group projects, and build community and work relationships. And finally, participants build on these relationships for undertaking future projects. Ground level projects, of course, are a core activity for county trails and open space, and community planning programs, and a number of other county departments. The county's Water Policy Advisory Committee. WPAC is a working committee that augments staff resources by bringing expertise, research, and effort to its assigned work. It provides recommendations and policy advice to the Board of County Commissioners regarding sustainable utility services, domestic water supply and conservation, wastewater management and reuse, stormwater management, flood prevention and control. And there are 4 staff liaisons, as I mentioned, that support the committee in its annual work plan tasks and through its 3 working groups, which are stormwater management, drinking and wastewater management, and outreach. The central goal of the current committee is to help strengthen community and county capacity in the water sector through isolating, duplicating, and replicating best practices and strategies in land and water management. For example, WPAC produced a document, Comments on Forming Nonprofit Watershed Associations, which can be found on the committee's webpage. WPAC also plans to work on tasks for building healthy soils, to also support county sustainability department and aggregate program efforts, including, of course, more efficient water use. And an important fact is that more than half of water use in the county actually and statewide is agriculture. WPAC meetings are the second Thursday of every month from 4 to 6 p.m. and at 240 Grant down the street from us in the plaza room upstairs. Community members, of course, can join in person or virtually, and they're very welcome. Office of the State Engineer and Interstate Stream Commission. Regional water planning is guided by the State 2023 Water Security Planning Act. Local governments and residents are invited to participate in updating regional plans for sustainable water management coordination, and the link is here on the screen if anybody from the public or from the community would like to find more about that. My understanding is that currently the OSC is finalizing its rulemaking process for water planning and reviewing public comments received. Okay, now we're going to cover some ground level activities which we're gaining some traction. NMED Drinking Water Bureau Regional Resiliency Team. The team works with community water systems to help strengthen resiliency in infrastructure, people, and water supply. Drinking Water Bureau is joining county outreach efforts with Mutual Domestic Community Water Associations, MDCWAs. The Rural Community Assistance Corporation will also join. Mutual Domestics, as many of us know, are actually run mostly by volunteers, and they are often under-resourced. Meeting state compliance requirements can be challenging, and this is needed for obtaining funding, and of course, of actually holding on to funding. So what happens is a lot of mutual domestics they have busy lives, they spend a lot of time at work, trying to meet compliance requirements, getting that state funding. But again, if they're too busy, or some of the operators they use to, for their systems get too busy, they may not keep up with compliance reporting requirements, and consequently, they actually sometimes will lose the funding that they've already acquired from the state. Fall 2025 initial discussions are taking place with several southern Santa Fe County mutual domestics to identify needs and possible goals. Participation is voluntary, of course, and this is a grassroots focused consultation. Discussions will also explore ideas for possible collaboration between the mutual domestics, level of potential interest in pursuing an umbrella concept. It's an idea that some members of the mutual domestics have brought up. An umbrella allows a group of several mutual domestics to pool resources. There is no one-size-fits-all for an umbrella form and structure. In the formation stage, mutual domestics ensure they maintain a high level of control and decision-making over their individual system infrastructure and operation. So again, if there's 6, 7, or 8 mutual domestics who are considering partnering together, of course, they would all have to agree what the overall form and structure of the umbrella organization would be. An umbrella organization can also be an effective contact point for county water conservation and well monitoring programs. June 2026, from the 10th to 14th, will be the Next Generation Water Summit. The city, county to co-host. Jacqueline Beam from Sustainability Department will be talking about more about that this afternoon. And one of the trainings we'll be including in that in the NGWS is financial trainings for small community water systems from qualified and experienced trainers, and we've already had some interest from such trainers. Okay, NMED, again, Surface Water Quality Bureau. The watershed protection staff work to protect watersheds through managing non-point source pollution and projects to address it. County water planning, with input from trails and open space teams, is preparing an application for a watershed protection assistance program grant, WPAP. The allowable amount is up to $75K, and no cash match is required. This sort of really jumped out in terms of getting our attention, the fact that because the WPAP grant, from what I've been told by NMED, is actually probably their most flexible grant so far in terms of project scope. It can be used for a variety of things. This makes it very practical opportunities because it'll allow us to engage multiple stakeholders in a watershed and a variety of capacity activities. And again, of course, again, if there's that much flexibility, it should be relatively easy to work with the community to come up with a project design that everybody's happy with. Okay, so again, much more flexible than some of the other previous grants, like watershed-based plans, of course, which are very science-based, and you have to keep up with all that science on a regular basis. Pueblos. There are 7 pueblos in the county area. County Pueblos water sector cooperation includes construction of the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System, which has already been discussed earlier today by Public Works staff. There's county MOU with a number of the northern pueblos. Initial conversations we've had initial conversations with all the pueblos about possibilities for collaborative watershed planning and management. And basically, these are initial conversations, and they're interested in exploring more ideas and different funding sources as well. Acequias, we've had conversations with all or most of the regional acequia organizations in the county area. And again, initial conversations, they're positive. They're also trying to encourage all their members, through the New Mexico Acequia Association, to adopt a whole of watershed approach, collaborate with more stakeholders. And there's some possibly interesting opportunities, I've been told by the state engineer office, is that where acequias are actually physically connected, if you have one acequia that has a very high sort of accounting and project management capacity, that they can apply for a grant, say for Headgate Works or other infrastructure, to support maybe those other 1 or 2 adjoining acequias. So anyway, because again, acequias you can run by volunteers, and often they don't have the time and the resources to get those grants and manage those grants. So again, some regional collaboration there. A number of acequia members in the larger Santa Fe area from the upper to lower areas are actually, I understand, planned organizing a meeting to see if they can, discuss important matters such as, coordinating flows and timing from the upper acequias to lower acequias, operation and maintenance needs, possibly pooling resources, and combining or coordinating outreach and advocacy efforts as well. The next 2 slides, I've actually promised a number of people I was really going to aim exactly for 10 minutes today. So another important slide, I'm going to skip it for now, but this is water planning collaboration with community organizations and other county planning staff on a number of important community and planning programs. Next slide is a important project that water planning and is undertaking with the community of La Cienega for a preliminary engineering report and water planning study. We'll have some more updates soon, but again, for being conscious of time, I'm actually going to skip this slide for now. New Mexico Bureau of Geology and Mines. Many of us are familiar with the Bureau's work. The Bureau work includes an aquifer mapping program to map and characterize aquifers and is regularly used in county water sector studies, providing valuable information. So, public works, utilities, planning, we use a lot of their data. And the link is here. They have very impressive a library of publications and studies and so on, including for the Santa Fe area. What I've told is that a lot of previous work was concentrated on the Santa Fe area, and it would actually be another probably 10 to 15 years before more detailed aquifer mapping for the Santa Fe area is undertaken. Santa Fe Watershed Association and the county have a productive relationship already. There's a new planning initiative with the county, city, and community participation to strengthen health and resilience of the Santa Fe River. And this is through a Bureau of Reclamation WaterSmart grant, WaterSmart Phase 1 cooperative grant that the Watershed Association was out to get and obtain. This grant will be used to complete a watershed restoration plan. Coincidentally, there's a meeting going on right now. It's a visioning exercise with stakeholders in the community at the Santa Fe Watershed's office down on 2nd Street. But if there's anybody interested out there in the community, there may be still time to join that meeting. Again, for this grant, activities focus is education, capacity building, and increasing collaboration among stakeholders, including work on restoration, demonstration, and pilot projects, including preparing site-specific preliminary designs. Much of the water committees, water policy advisory committees' outreach efforts for the foreseeable future will also focus on SFWA collaborative watershed plan activities. But as part of this project, county has proposed several project restoration riverside sites with a range of characteristics and needs in highly visible locations, and obviously to maximize exposure and to involve a variety of stakeholders. So this is a list of about 7 sites, which a number of county staff put together and forward to the Watershed Association. And again, hands-on activities, people are out working together face-to-face. They'll be out in the sites together, designing the projects, gaining hands-on experience, building community and working relationships. So they're going to get their hands in the dirt, but they actually won't start building the projects. It's surveying and designing the projects. And again, there's I think an important opportunity to apply a range of green straw or infrastructure, GSI or nature-based NBS techniques. And of course, participants will capture those learnings with multiple county departments who will be participating. Almost at the very end. Benefits of collaboration. I think whether it's water, any sector, it's universal, right? People's voices are heard. We build trust and consensus. There's a pooling of resources, information and knowledge. Future opportunities, many, I would say. Obviously, if collaboration is productive, it will save time and money and create a better long-term water outcomes for everybody. So again, we will much to do and many opportunities. So I thank you very much, Madam Chair and the Commission and everybody.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have any questions from the chambers? Yes, Larry.
Yes, we have not talked all day about agricultural use, including stock watering, and the 2020 water withdrawal data from New Mexico Tech indicated that we had 23,000 acre-feet used for various agricultural uses. And, we're talking here 4,000 acre-feet for the county and 9,000 for the city and 23,000 for ag. And it doesn't seem to be in our awareness. Could you just speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, well, Madam Chair of the Commission and Laird Grazer, thank you very much for bringing that in. And I would just like to mention to Laird that when I was assembling my notes and some important facts, I actually specifically remembered the fact that you did bring up, Laird, about more than half of the water use of the county and statewide actually being agriculture. And I thought, well, I could go a little more detail, but I'm aiming for just 10 minutes up here at the microphone. So, but I know, yeah, Laird, who's on our Water Policy Advisory Committee, of course, did some very important, research, pulling in data from the Water Data Initiative. In terms of addressing water use, you think of, rangers and, ranchers and land managers, farmers out there. Many of them are probably very responsible and efficient water users. Some others may not be so. And in terms of, promoting better water use, more efficient, it's the voluntary programs, I think, are probably most effective when you're reaching out to a large community, especially large rural areas. And there's many already. There's, New Mexico Department of Agriculture does quite a bit. Some of the soil water conservations, safety associations, and of course individual water communities and community organizations. So I think, again, if we get all the right people at the table, having this conversation, maybe some ag reps as well, there's a great opportunity to to save water. And I think that common sense, everybody, farmers or ranchers, want to save money and they want to save water and they want to do the right thing. And maybe even at one of our upcoming water committee meetings, having somebody from the Ag Committee come in, or Ag Association. So I don't know if I've fully answered your question, but I approach it from where I sit. That's where, yeah.
It's all part of the same thing. And 20 years ago, there was a state program to give 100% rebate to farmers who would adopt more conservative irrigation methods. But the use it or lose it problem, with the state law is that neither acequias nor the ranchers with individual wells can take the risk of risking their water right because of non-use. So that's also something that we have to deal with. But so you don't know of any OSE adjudications in the county that are planned? I haven't heard of any. No. So, but there's a lot of work that we need to do at the state level as well as strictly at the county level. And
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair of the Commission, Laird Grazer, if I could just briefly mention, I do understand that WPAC, I believe, for the 2026 work plan intends to, again, water efficiency for the agricultural sector. I do expect that will be on the work plan. Again, that's up to the committee to do, again, to form its work plan and how it words its the different tasks on there. Staff will be supporting that, but I do expect that addressing how to improve water efficiency in the agricultural sector will be on the work plan for 2026.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have any further questions from the chambers? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online?
Chair Bustamante, nobody online is raising their hand.
Okay, we have Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Andrew. So I do want to encourage looking at agricultural efficiencies and ways that Santa Fe County can support that, both, as the gentleman just stated, to help them not lose their rights, but to actually protect their rights, but potentially lease them, and for lack of a better term, become water farmers, right? And so if efficiencies give them the opportunity to lease rights and make a little bit of money off of saving water, that maybe that there's water for Santa Fe County to lease from a farm, help them go to drip irrigation as opposed to flooding and irrigation, and find ways to be more efficient. Additionally, this is something that I had discussed a few years ago when I came on the commission, and I want to pursue it a little more now because I don't think it got the attention that we needed on it, which is an acequias ombudsman, at least somebody at Public Works or Planning or somewhere in between, that becomes a champion for all of our acequias and becomes a one-stop shop for when we have a problem at an acequia, that they're the person that the acequias call. That's part of our traditional heritage here, and I think we need to have a person that becomes the expert of that. And additionally, similar to the program that we have when we go to the legislature and we ask for, I don't know, $10 million for road improvements. I'm not suggesting $10 million for acequias, but I think that we could go to the legislature or somewhere else in our budget to put a couple $100,000 in a pool that the acequias could apply to for maintenance projects that are potentially too small for them to deal with just on their own, or are just really truly maintenance projects that are, you know, our Public Works needs to have in their budget so they can apply to it and then clean out the dirt, clean out the brush, fix a culvert, whatever it is, that we have a pool for them to work on. If it's big, you know, over $20,000, maybe they go to the state for capital outlay, but when it's a small, like, one day with a backhoe cleaning stuff out in a dumpster, I think that's something that we could provide in a sort of pool setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And acequias actually have a very democratic process that they work with for those things that are on the acequia. Any other questions for Mr. Hardin? Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Thank you, Andrew. I want to be clear with Travis's presentation that talked about commercial and residential use water, and then you're saying half of the water usage is for agriculture. Where does that fit in our water usage analysis from the previous presentation? Is that included?
I'd say Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Kokari-Stone. Overall staff presentation today is really focused on water use for county residents. Okay, you know, businesses, industrial, and so forth. Oh, actually, Travis Soderquist is right behind me. I just, you know, but yeah, basically, again, we're talking about water use again. So I think everybody understands. It's just saying that it's total water use. Mm-hmm. In the county and statewide. So again, if agriculture is using more than half of if they're more than half of total water use in the county, it's not, I don't think in the county's budget, and it's not something the county is saying, yes, we recognize that or we're accounting for that, because it's coming from different water rights, primarily ground.
So if I could, Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Kokari-Stone, so the amounts that were referenced, again, those aren't going through the Santa Fe County Water Utility. Those are groundwater rights or surface water irrigation rights. And so to the extent we have any customers that actually use county water utility water for purposes of agriculture, you know, they are very few in number. And the only one I think that our utility director could really think of is a commercial cannabis grow operation that is a county water utility customer. But again, that large figure, that's not running through the county water utility. That's, you know, they're using water rights that are permitted specifically to them. I hope that answers the question.
Understood. Makes sense. Thank you.
Anything else?
Were you going to add to that, Andrew?
I'll just briefly mention, I didn't actually mention this about for June 2026 Next Generation Water Summit. The county's main focus is actually going to be community and traditional water systems. But again, that's going to be Jacqueline's topic today, including water efficiencies for agriculture. So that will be a major focus of the June 2026 Next Generation Water Summit.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
And-
that will be, but I don't want to.
Thank you.
Jacqueline knows more about that than I do, actually. So.
And Chair, I just have one more question. Thank you for the time. And Andrew, you mentioned over like 30 organizations. This presentation shows collaboration, partnership. This is an exciting opportunity, and you're delivering really positive news. We have all these relationships. How do we think as a BCC, how we make impact collectively? And through the Next Generation Water Summits, do we synergize all these human capacities and collaborations to do more network impact? Do we track network impact? What's your thoughts on that? How can, as a BCC, we support that we make collective impact?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Well, we've done just some basic brainstorming on that. A lot of ideas have come from the community, other agencies, Water Committee, and from staff. At this point, we have some ideas. I don't think I can address that in great detail at this point. But again, I think it's collaboration in the water sector and harnessing that potential. It's something which is sort of gaining momentum, and we do want to come back with some more good ideas. I've had people give me advice about county water planning website. We have a good starter page, which is most of the La Cienega PR with links, but ultimately, put all the links on the water page, our county pages that link to other different agencies and good projects out there from Santa Fe Water Association, and to each other's departments' pages as well. And then making sure those other stakeholder agencies have our links as well. So there's just one example of a smart use of time and communication. So.
Yeah, I appreciate you thinking about that. It just seems like an opportunity, and we're here to learn and listen, but also look about what are innovations and what we can support in terms of positive governance to harmonize these synergize, to be conveners. So let's keep thinking about that together, how we make collective impact instead of going from having lists and all these committees meeting to here's our outcome we want, right? Here's the collective impact we want in Santa Fe County. And I appreciate your presentation, but overall, all the presentations, that's what I'm asking. What's the impact? What's the small wins? What's the big wins? This was to be a summit. This was to be us thinking about generative ideas as a commission. So thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Andrew. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. Excuse me. This echoes Commissioner Kakari-Stone's last comment, which is that this is great. We do obviously so much collaboration, and I didn't even have an inkling of the extent of it. So, I think we should give kudos to staff and to the amount of coordination, and to our community, really, who cares about this. But it does seem like, and this is just sort of brought out by your presentation, but and by the gentleman's comments, which is that there is this sort of disconnect that I notice where we have obviously a lot of experts and committees thinking about water, sustainability, use, and all the sort of things in the margin. But we also still, right, I think the chair opened this meeting with something to the effect of, where's the water going to come from? And actually, I feel pretty like I have a good understanding of the sort of like development pattern and the process of obtaining water for housing developments, for instance. But I think, and I gather this is what Kakari-Stone was getting at, but if not, I apologize for misreading you. There is some sort of like broader conversation, and the problem with that is that it's really esoteric. It's sort of like, we live in the desert, and and this year it rained more, but often it's really dry. So I am intuiting that we don't have enough water. And I just wonder how we can improve our sort of community's understanding of that. I don't expect any of us to have the answer today, but I think that we are trying to work towards something like that. I'm optimistic that the Next Generation Water Summit has sort of conversations that go a little deeper into community and traditional water use. But I just wanted to make that comment because the utilities seem like we have that element dialed in, or at least we have the apparatus to be scientific about it. But there is something that was, is sort of been thrown into the conversation about use that is outside of the sort of piped use. The well presentation got at that as well. But there are, I think, harder conversations down the road about water use and the rights of individuals to sort of make excessive use of it. So I just wanted to throw that comment in there as an observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any further questions for Andrew? I think the one thing that we have on the WPAC is a requirement that we have representation from all the different parts of the county, and we have representation from tribal governments, but we don't have a required representation from all those organizations, which is fine, but maybe there's an opportunity to have a report out on the work that is being done when it's appropriate by any of those organizations. And I know that you do a lot of that already. We've seen a number of presentations from the various partners, even some who are not listed here, but it's just a thought. So thank you very much, Andrew. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you very much. We are at 2:00, and I did say that we would look at the clock at that time and determine whether or not we would either reschedule or continue on. We have 3 more presentations, some of which are very, very, not that they haven't been important, they're very rich. In fact, every one of them has been very rich and important. But I want to just do a check on how people in the chambers feel. I'm going to make the assumption that people online have been taking care of themselves as needed, and that the board feels that we can hear the next pretty critical or crucial topics, or reconvene at another time. And I know that I would just like to get a sense of that for people. Is there any thought, issue, concern?
I have a 15-minute Buckman direct diversion, ironically water planning meeting right now. So you guys can continue, but this is one of those things that this gets into the meat of the thing.
Okay.
So,
Commissioner Hughes?
Well, perhaps we should reschedule for another time. I don't feel like we would put as much thought into it as if we had time, specific time separate on another morning perhaps or such.
Okay. Commissioners Kokari, Stone, and Johnson?
Thanks for asking, and I would say let's reschedule so we have at least another 3 hours, because this is so important, and I want to be able to walk away with some takeaways. As a BCC, I've been taking lots of notes on things we could leverage as an entity.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
Seeing as the momentum is towards rescheduling, I think that I could support that, especially considering the next presentation is how much is Santa Fe County growing really, and that might be another opportunity to notice the meeting and to, do outreach around it, because I think that's a topic that people are interested in. I think it's an important one. It's one that we get questions about all the time. So, and also, sort of the attention flags after 5 hours. So I suppose I'm also in support of. I'm also happy to continue, but if we want to push through, but I leave it to those who have a stronger opinion.
I'm hearing the majority of the commission saying that we want to reconvene. What I have to do is absolutely be grateful for those of you who have been here, especially staff. I appreciate your patience. I know it's not easy to have prepared and then find that we would not be able to give you the time today, but I absolutely want to make it clear is that what you have to share is very, very important to us and to our constituents. and to the people in the public who want to know really what's going on. So I can't disagree with what has been said about the loss of attention, giving it the time that is necessary, and then getting to the questions and answers, because we have the resilience component, then we have the growth management, and then lastly, we have questions from the public as they've been provided. So at this time, I'd like to ask the commission to look at your calendars, and then we would actually dismiss and reconvene at a date that works for everyone, and it would be another probably weekday morning, and I'd like everyone to have some input on that. I would ask Manager Schaefer to speak for the schedule of staff. Is there anyone with a proposition for when we could reconvene regarding the first 3 hours?
I have a proposal. So we are meeting, I'm just going to throw this out there, but we're meeting on the 10th, which is a Monday, November 10th, which is a Monday for BCC. The 11th is Veterans Day. The 12th might be a good day to reconvene. So following the next, just throwing it out there. I'm happy to do another Monday. The 3rd is the day before the election. I think some of us are going to not want to do that one. So 17th would be the next Monday that would be free if we wanted to do that. So 12th or 17th are my proposals.
Okay, thus far we have a recommendation for the 12th and the 17th, which are clear for me as well. Anyone else?
It asked me to change my password, but I think those dates are okay.
I would go for the 17th because I'm already booked on the 12th. We do have our 2-day strategic planning, so I guess it's a matter of also if that's manageable for the county staff teams. I know you already prepared presentations, but so.
Yes, so we have both Alexandra Ladd and Jacqueline Beam who would be presenting next. I want to make sure that's okay with you all. I see Jacqueline nodding and Alexandra Ladd nodding. Positive for the 17th. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns? Then we would meet at what time? I would suggest 9 o'clock and do the morning, I think. But that is, so I will take a motion to, we would propose the 17th at 9 o'clock and break until the 17th. So we would end this meeting and then reconvene on the 17th at 9 o'clock. That would be the motion.
You just made the motion, I'll second it. Or if you would like me to, I will make the motion based on what the chair said.
Okay, that was just a recommendation for a motion, but Commissioner Green has made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a second from Commissioner Johnson? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We are dismissed for the day. We will reconvene on the 17th. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a